So today we are going to model the DJI Mini 3. I hope you are ready to cry, because this is one of the hardest models that you'll ever create. As a matter of fact, if you are a beginner, I would highly recommend clicking away from this video before you enter into a depression. Rest in peace to the average view duration of this video, because nobody is going to watch this. I'm probably making this for the crickets. I don't know what type of crack the designers were smoking, but this is probably harder to model than a car. By now we have shook out the weak hands, they have all left the video, and only the most elite of the elite are right here. In any case, we're going to get started straight away. So let's delete the cube and let's bring in some references. Image reference, all the references are on Patreon for free as always. We're going to start with the top view. I'm going to Alt-R, RZ90, and I want this to be RZ180. Let's bring in another reference. This is going to be the back, so RY90 and RX90, and this is the back. Okay, so that's from the same supplier of the other images. I'm going to name this DJI back view. Let's call this DJI top view. I'm also going to bring two more images in here. This one, which is the front, Alt-R, RY90, RX90. And let's bring it slightly to the side. I had to make this picture myself because there weren't any reference for it, and make sure that it aligns with the model. So something like this. It's not going to be perfect, and throughout this tutorial some things are just simply going to be done by eye and by feeling. And we also have a side view. So RZ90, Alt-R, RX90, bring that right over here, RZ180, scale this down, G and X. Let's see if this is somewhat correct at least. Probably not going to use it that much, but still it's going to be there for the reference. So let's bring this up. First things first, we're going to click on 3 and we're going to add a circle. I just spent 30 minutes with this drone in my hand, modeling it in my mind. I know that's some type of voodoo, and you unlock that level somewhere later on in your journey. So let's go over here, opacity, bring it down so we can look through it. We have the circle now that we can actually see. Scale it down. As you can see, these are not perfect circles. Luckily for us, the model is pretty symmetrical, so basically everything can be done with a mirror modifier. I'm going to bring it right over here, and I'm just going to start with this circle. It's not even a circle, but who cares? I'm going to take all of this G and X and let's bring it outside. Let's scale it up a little bit. Let's click on 1. There you go. Let's move this to the side so it's somewhat aligning with the other one. We know that that one is correct for sure. Let's just change this in whatever way, shape or form we would like. Now we're going to have to rotate this and actually just bring it right over there. Scale this down until it fits completely right over here. Don't mind the perspective shift and all that type of stuff. If you now press E, there is a problem. There is no normal to be calculated, so let's press F and let's press E so that we can actually see something. As a matter of fact, I'm going to delete these faces. I'm also going to delete these vertices, this one, and start again. Press F. Click on 1, press E, scale it out like so. Let's click on 3 and let's have a look here. We're going to bring this up ever so slightly, scale it down, bring it right over there, do some odd stuff over here, make sure the proportional editing is enabled and make it really small. We're going to bring it right over there, bring this right over here, have it follow the shape. It's a pretty odd shape. So yeah, something like this should probably do the trick for us. Okay, pretty odd shape. Probably all messed up now. Yeah. So let's go over here, opacity. Let's turn this down. We can actually see the model, G and X. And let's bring this right over here where it's supposed to be. It's not actually this much rotated. I'm not sure why this reference is like this, because that's absolutely not correct if I look at my own DJI. So we're just going to do this by eye. All right, so let's select all of this, press E and Y. Let's bring this over here. Let's click on 7 and it should have actually started from over here already. So let's make sure that we get all of this. G and X, and let's bring it over there. Let's add an extra loop cut to get that angledness in there. G and X like so. Okay, so now we have this shape. Let's click on 7. Let's click on E and Y. Bring this right over here. E and Y and E and Y. And now we have something to connect this up. Let's do that. I'm not sure why this one is in here actually. So let's dissolve this vertex. And let's select all of this, and now we have this shape. All right, pretty good looking. Starting to move in the right direction. Just trust the process. We're going to click on 7, and we're going right over here, and And we want to make sure that there's a line to follow, which you absolutely cannot see in this reference, which is odd. Actually, there is some type of line here that we're supposed to follow. And you know what? So let's bring in another top view reference because this one is absolutely doing no good. So let's image reference, probably some sketchy 3D artist that made this and he totally fumbled the bag. So let's reference RZ90, RC180. We've all been there, haven't we? Let's bring it right over there. Click on 7. Let's make sure that this is aligned a little bit more properly. And as you can see, 3D artist definitely didn't do his best here. So let's scale this up just a little bit, something like this. And yeah, let's remove the other one for now. So DJI top view, let's turn that off. This is the new top view opacity. Let's bring this down 7 so that we can actually work on this. Okay, let's bring it somewhere more meaningful. Let's make sure it's following the reference a bit more. And there you go. All right. Let's go right over here. Let's select this entire area. Let's make sure that we also select this, and this. Let's click on 7, press E and X, and let's bring it out here as X0. It can be completely straight like so. Bring it right over there, and let's take this and now move it on this line. And before you do that, make sure that you are in the see-through mode, Alt-C. There you go. Okay, so now we have the actual shape for this. Starting to look pretty good if you ask me. 7 SY0 EY. Let's bring it right over there. We can also add a mirror modifier and have it be mirrored on the y-axis. Of course, this is not going to work out. So this is the place where the 3D cursor should be. Shift S cursor to selected object, set origin to 3D cursor, and now everything should be fine. Let's drag it on top of the subdivision, and now it looks like this. And the reason why this is so messed up is because we have this part on the inside. Let's delete this. Let's auto shade to smooth. We also have this area right here, which is completely messed up. So let's delete those faces. And now it's actually starting to look like the DJI. So DJI actually. I always say DJI, but it's DJI. In any case, we have that part finished. Let's click on 1. I'm not actually going to follow this reference too much because I don't hate my life. And that's what I'm trying to say here. Things are pretty hard to model in this specific case. So let's take this and make sure that it's also following the reference a bit more. SNZ, GNC, let's bring it all back. Let's turn off the subdivision for now because it's detracting attention away from what we should focus on. Let's bring it right over here. Something like this, probably. Then let's take this, GNC, bring that down, and from over here we can start a new modeling process. So all of this, actually, click on 3, should be moved down ever so slightly until we reach this part where there's a hole, okay? Like this. Let's improve that some more. Let's turn on proportional editing and bring all of this down ever so slightly like this. And we can bring all of this up ever so slightly until it is following the reference a bit more. Something like this. I told you they were smoking crack. I'm not sure why, because I'm pretty sure that's not company policy. But even if it is, they probably get some good stuff. So let's move it around here. And there you go. So let's make sure that this part here is a bit more flat. So SC0. And make sure that median point is turned on. Like this, GNZ, just a little bit, and in order to not mess up our entire topology, bring this right over here and shape this just a little bit better, like so. That's starting to look a lot like the reference. You might not believe me, but it is true, and I'm going to press GG for this one. There's an area here that's pretty flat, so let's take this as X0. Let's make it a bit more flat, and then it's going over into that part. That's all quite correct. There's a lot more going on here, as you can see, so I'm not sure why this is placed right there. Let's click on 1, Alt-C, let's take this one and bring it up a bit. This one as well, bring it up a bit. And as I said, don't focus too much on the reference, just keep it as a general guide. Focus more on the flow of your topology and make sure that it looks wacky. GNC, GNC, GNZ, something like this. That seems pretty wacky to me. We can add an extra loop cut right here, take this part, E, and extrude it, scale it inward, and this should move back a little bit. Not too much, but quite a bit. Like this. Alright, let's also make this flatter by taking this vertex and simply moving it. Bring it right over there, still moving backwards, G and X, just a little bit, and then E and Y, and bring this together, clipping turned on, G and Y, bring it back, and now we have this part, and there's some other stuff going on here inside that we're going to fix later. For now, we're just going to try and create a general shape. Now, as hard as it may sound, this is moving in the right direction. I know, big shock. Make sure that all our topology is quite clean here and that it's following a natural progression. It's obviously not completely perfect, but we have to work with something here. G and X, let's improve the flow for this just a little bit so we don't get these harsh edges. There's a lot of GGing here, just in case you're wondering how I'm moving these around. You're probably not, because there's nobody left watching this video except for a couple of hardcore dudes in their underwear. So I'm going right here, and I want to take this entire part until we reach the half line point, because that's where it's split up. There's two options here. I think what I'm going to do is Shift D, B, separate the selection, and work from here, simply so we don't mess anything up. We're going to extrude this just a little bit, like so. And now we're going to make the next atrocious area, which is this part. G and X, just trust the process. G and X, like so, and G and X, like this. So look here, is that logical? It is. E and X, move this. Let's place our 3D cursor over here, and let's add a circle with 8 vertices. RY 90, scale this down. G and X, let's bring that right over there. I already modeled this in my mind, so I'm quite certain about what I need to do. Just need to perform something like this indeed. And then we're going to take this area right here. And trust me on this, 7. Let's take all of these. Let's delete this for now, by the way. Let's take all of these, G and Y, and let's have it follow the reference a little bit more, just like this. There you go. This is the circle that I was talking about, which is the one that we are creating right now. R and Y, make sure that it's right over here, approximate the same size as this little hole. We're going to select our object, select this line, not this one, and press E, and this one should also move down like this, G and Z, have it follow some weird type of curvature shape, G and X. I know I'm being quite cynical, but really, is that odd right now? I don't think that's odd. Let's take this, G and X, bring this right over there, just a little bit more, G and Z, because it's moving up again. And are we missing anything? I think we can simply connect this back up a little bit. But first it should move up just a little bit like this. Bring it right over there. There you go. And now let's press F for this one. Attach this one to this one, Control J, and let's connect some things up. First things first. What's going on here? Oh, we connected it to the wrong thing. Let's go back. Select this, B, separate the selection, select this, then this, Control J, and now we should connect these together. Probably, yeah, probably. Let's take all of this, let's take all of that, and now we have only one left, but there are 2 of these. I love it when the plan comes together. Let's just add a loop cut. I'm just going to sketchily weasel my way out of this. Control F, there you go, shaded smooth. This is indeed somewhat the way it looks. Now we're going to take this, E and X, bring it right over there, S and X 0, E and X. Now this can be filled up as well. And now we should take all of this, so this entire part until right over there. As a matter of fact, I think we might even be able to take all of this, E and X. Yeah, there you go, SX 0. This actually is quite a harsh line like this, but it's not completely correct because it's a bit too high. Let's bring this down until it looks more like this. Select all of these, G and Z. Let's take all of this, click on 3, click on 1, G and X, G and Z. Let's just place it in the correct position there. So we're kind of starting to get there. This should be brought down, GG, 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 like this. This should be moved like so, GG, that looks about right. Except for this one, which should be moved back in a little bit again. We probably need some more loop cuts here in order to shape it completely correct. All right, let's click on 1. Let's add a loop cut here, bring this up just a little bit. G and Z, click on 7. Make sure that all of this can also be moved inside. So let's add a 3D cursor right there. Cursor to pivot point to 3D cursor. S and Y. Let's bring this inside just a little bit. I'm not going to follow the reference too much. I just want it to be close enough, right? Shift S, cursor to selected, S and Y. There you go. So it's going somewhat like this. Press E and X, S and Y. It's a bit of a more straight area right there. E and X until right over here. S and Y. And have it go inside just a little bit like this. Now let's click on 1 because all of this should have also gone down. G and Z, G and Z. There you go. Pretty cool, except that we got way too much geometry over here. I'm not sure if we need this. We probably do because it has the same amount of vertices as that one, but I'm not sure if it's going to be crucial. So I'm going to do something quite unorthodox here because this needs to be pretty flat. Let's go into sculpt mode and let's actually just shade this smooth. All right, this is all that it's allowing me to do. We probably need to make sure that things are a bit more relaxed. From here to here, loop tools, relax. From here to here, loop tools, relax. From here to here, loop tools, relax. And did we miss anything? Yeah, probably this one, loop tools, relax. There you go. And now that's a lot more flat, but we still get this area right here. Pretty good looking if you ask me. This is quite true to the reference. All right. If you haven't started crying yet, it's never too late. So let's go right over here. Let's take this one, GNC. Let's bring that up just a little bit in order to follow this line. We now have this pretty odd shape right here, and that is supposed to be the case. So if you have any qualms with that, please go to DJI.com and tell them about it, how they kind of make sure that you have a depression. So let's go over here. I want to see what this will look like if I add a bevel to it. Honestly, that is pretty much according to the reference. We're not going to actually add a bevel though, but just for the sake of seeing what this looks like. Yeah, that looks nice. Awesome. Let's remove that. I'm actually just going to add a bevel because I want to see what it looks like the entire time. Bring it on top. Let's make sure that we have weight selected instead of angle. Click on N, mean bevel weight, and increase this ever so slightly. Now that kind of needs to stop somewhere like over here. So this shouldn't be too harsh, and there's probably a very good way to fix this. Let's first turn off the bevel, and it's kind of looking like this, where the bevel is sort of fading out somewhere over here. Let's click on 7, go right into our model. Let's take all of this and place it somewhat over here. And then let's take all of this, G and X. And actually, let's just make it straight with S and X and 0. There you go, G and X. And now let's move some vertices by hand, like this. And there you go. Man, I want to start smoking crack when I'm looking at this. I don't know what they were on, but this is amazing. All right. So now we can extrude this part. So let's just bring it out and scale it. It's supposed to be pretty simple. Right up there. It's kind of just like a square, honestly. There's not much going on here. I'm actually just going to bring it all the way to the end already, like this. There you go. Now we do have a harsh line here, and that's not supposed to be the case. If we click on 3, then we cannot see exactly how this is going. I think it's still moving down in a certain motion that is logical for the model. And this one is further down than the other one, so something like this. I think this is correct. But we do have this line here now where things are not making that much sense, because that should have stopped right over here. This one, G and Z, let's bring it right over there, GG. Yeah, we get that harsh line, I'm not a big fan. Let's select all of these, loop tools, flatten. What we can also do is take this and bring it back like so, and just move those vertices a little bit further to this side, and that will also solve the problem. And we can clean it up just a little bit, have it follow the edge flow of this a little bit more. I think that's the cleaner option here. Now, when I look at this, I get the idea as if this is a bit too far down. So basically what I want to do is select all of this. Let's have a look at this one as well, and this one, and select the other one as well. Let's go into edge select mode and select the exact same edges. Deselect these, sorry about that, and move this up a little bit, just a little bit. All right, so G and Z, let's bring all of this up just a little bit. And that makes it slightly more true to what I'm seeing. Not completely perfect yet. I think we can improve here some parts, but it is starting to get a lot better. So how about we just select this and this one as well, and just look from over here, G and Z, bring it up a little. Let's do the same for this one, and make sure that you also get the other one from the other model. G and Z, do the same right over here. There you go, and G and Z like this. It's getting closer, still not perfect. I see some shading issues here, which I do not like. So let's see if we can, what if we just select this? Then let's take this one, as well as this one, and slide it over here. Let's do the same for this. Make sure that these are a bit more evenly spaced. There you go. Like this. That looks pretty good. Starting to get somewhere here. Have a look from the other angle. What if we just move all of this up like this? What would happen? That's actually quite alright. So I think we have fixed the entire issue now, except that we did mess up something here. That's not cool. So let's open all of these and let's just manually clean this up. This one, Shift S, selection to cursor, Shift S cursor, Shift S selection to cursor, Shift S cursor, selection to cursor, and let's see, that should patch things up again just a little bit. And we can always move some things up So the topology makes a bit more sense. Usually if they're going through under the mesh, something might be wrong. It's just some behavior I observed here. Not always the case though. Alright, so now let's go over here, and I'm noticing that this shape is not completely correct. Should be slightly more angular. GG, a little bit like this. It is supposed to be odd, so don't worry about it being odd. That's supposed to be the case. Like right over here. There you go. G and Z this just a little bit. And this is now our starting point. So let's have a look at the reference. Make sure to slide these over to the correct location right over there. And make sure that everything makes a bit more sense here. There you go. And it's supposed to look like this. All right, now starting from over here, there's actually quite an odd shape. In theory, we should add another loop cut here, but I'm kind of fearful about it. But I'm still just going to roll with it for now. I'll add this, E and Z, click on 7, Alt C, and let's move it ever so slightly on that angle. Then I will take these two, E and Z. I will press F for this one, and this one can be filled up then. And now we will have this shape. On the other side, this can be moved outwards just a little bit. And if we now select this entire area, we should be able to bring it down. So now let's select all of this, E and Z. Let's bring that down. And the way I see it, SC0, let's just do this for now. Bring this down. We need to add a loop cut here. Forget about this part for now. Let's turn the bevel weight off for this. And we probably need to align it a bit better with the rest later on. Like this, G and Z. And we're going to get some odd stuff here. We just select this, loop tools, relax. Kind of gonna be okay. Let's place that right over there. Let's move this a little bit. This one can be moved as well. And this should be removed, like so. This seems to be the case. I didn't make the rules. I'm just modeling here. Okay, let's make sure that everything is sort of aligning here. And there is a part starting somewhere over here where it's going up again. So I'm just going to do that for now, like this. So this is how far we are right now. It's starting to move in the right direction. You can definitely see that this is becoming a drone that doesn't make us cry. At least I'm sweating like big, so I'm going to start again tomorrow. And my condition probably will not change because it's going to be 37 degrees. But in any case, you will not be able to see that I was crying instead of sweating. So I had a change of heart. Let's just continue modeling even though it's hot. So let's go right over here. Let's have a look at this. I want to add a circle that's sticking out quite a bit here, and that should be on this vertex right over there. I'm going to bring in a circle. It should have 16 vertices, RX 90. Scale it down, G and Z. Let's bring it right over there until it is completely on the 3D cursor. I'll remove all of these vertices, scale it on the 3D cursor, because I believe it is sticking out beyond this part. So it is starting from over there, but it's also sticking out from beyond that part. So let's just S and X this ever so slightly until we get to that area. I'm then going to press E and Y, bring it to the side here, and I will connect it to this area. So let's press L, G and Z, let's bring this down ever so slightly. I'm going to take both of these, press E and Z, SZ0, G and Z. Let's bring it down here, R and Z. Let's rotate it just a little bit, G and Z. Let's make sure that these are already quite aligned. It's not going to be perfect, but we're trying to aim for perfection. I'm going to take this, merge at first, merge at first, merge at first. There you go. Shift N to calculate the normals. And now we have this part like so. I think this can be moved forward just a little bit. It should be more straight. Like this, G and Z, G and X. Let's move it like right over there, SX0. There you go. Let's click on 1 to actually verify this. Okay, so maybe we went slightly overboard. So let's select all of this. Let's click on 3. Let's click on 1. SX, and let's scale this down until it's fitting a bit more appropriately. Can also bring this up a little bit, S and X. And let's make sure that this shape is somewhat correct. Now I'm going to select this entire line right here, E and S on the median point, like so. Let's scale that inward just a little bit until right over here, S and Z, G and Y. Let's bring this out a little bit. I have a feeling that this should actually be straight a bit more as it's going down. So I'm going to take this G and Z, let's take that one, G and Y, make sure that the topology is a bit more correct. For this one as well, G and Y, have it follow this curve a little bit more. So the way I look at it is that we have a pretty complex part right over here. Then here we have a part that's going straight down in a very simple manner. And it's kind of following the same trajectory as the rest of this model. So if I click on one, for example, you can see that it is starting to flow right over here. Now, when I look at it like this, of course, it's not naturally aligning. And there are things that we can do about that. So if we want to fix that, we can simply GNC all of these, and let's see what it does for us. There you go. Let's take this as well, like this. It can be brought down, GNC. Just a couple of quick fixes here to see what this does for us in general. Yeah, I think things are moving along quite nicely if we do it like this as well. It doesn't really matter for the rest of the model, so let's just keep it like this. Then right over here, we have to figure out a way to get this entire area. And it's a pretty complex part, but still I think we can do a pretty fine job here. Let's first move this over. I think that's not entirely correct what we did there. And for now, in order to achieve the effect, quite simply, I'm just going to add a loop cut right over here. We're going to remove that one later, simply by selecting it and dissolving all of these edges. But now it's straight. And that is great because we need to see what we're doing. I think it should be possible to simply add a loop cut right there, and it shouldn't mess with the structure that we already have. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to click on one, Alt-C, and then I will take this entire area until right over there, make sure that we do get the bottom ones. This entire piece, except for these ones. Shift-D, P, separate the selection, and now we get this area right over here. Let's click on one, let's select all of this E and Z, and let's bring this down like so. And then I'm going to take all of this E and Z, and let's bring all of this down, rotate it ever so slightly, make sure it's following the reference a bit more, like this. And then we need to find a way to fill this area here up. So I'm going to select this one and this one, go into edit mode, then select this, 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 and this, and also that one. Shift-D, P, separate the selection. Now select both of these, Control-J, A, M, merge by distance. And that should remove one vertex actually, so I'm not sure why it removed two. Let's undo that. Let's have a look here. This one, I'm not sure where it's getting the other one from. So I'm going to simply select this, merge by distance, and that should remove one vertex. And we're going to keep it like that. Now this one can be connected to that one, Control-J. And then this will be loose from that one. So Alt-C, let's select this, merge by distance. That should remove another vertex. And then we have to figure out a way to fill this up. So if I look at it over here, we have some motion, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I'm guessing that we need like 4 over here as well. That's my initial guess. So let's select this and simply press F to fill all of this up. We also have double vertices right over here. I'm not sure how that occurred. I'm simply going to merge by distance, and that should be removed. We don't have the same problem on the other side. But this should stick out a bit further than this. So it should go quite far. So it should go quite a little bit, like over there, maybe just a little bit more. And then if we were to Shift-E this, that's going to make a harsh line. That's great. And now we actually need to take both of these, E and X, and bring it over there. And SX0, so that should make that straight. And now I'm going to select both of these vertices like this. I'll have a look in this one. There's nothing to move it from right over here. So what I will do is select both of these, and I will add a bunch of loop cuts until these are more squarish, like this. So this can be connected, that one can be sort of connected, and then we have 1, 2, 3 in the middle here. So if I select this, 1, 2, 3, and I will select both of these lines, grid fill, and then it should be filled up. So now we have that area. Once again, we can select this entire outer loop and Shift-E, because I think it is pretty harsh like this. And that should bring us quite far along this process. Is fix this area right here in such a fashion so that everything aligns well. Now there's two options. We could connect it together with this, but before I do that, I will make a backup. So I'm going to duplicate all of this, place it into a backup. like so, and I will turn the backup off. So let's connect this together, this one to that one, Control J. And now let's have a look at the different elements we have here. This one should have an extra loop cut. Let's find this, merge by distance, that will remove it. This one, merge at last, that will place those together. Merge at last. So let's merge by distance and make sure that all of those are connected. So now we only have this jarring area, and I feel like we can move this one outwards just a little bit, and these can be moved inwards just a little bit more. G and Y. And then this can be connected to that, merge at last. And then we have one of those lines here that is kind of useless. So let's dissolve these edges. And let's merge all of these together like so. Merge at last. There you go. Let's see, aside from this ugly part, which we can fix later, I think this is what the reference actually looks like. So we're going to move along with it. Now, I think one of the crucial parts here is to add an extra loop cut. And we're going to immediately make a circle, because this part here should already be in a circular type shape. So GG, let's bring it all the way over there. GG. Oh. And let's take those two, GG. And let's have it follow this curve type shape. Yeah, so the way I see it, this part here should already be moving in a different type of direction. So it's following along quite nicely until this point. And then right here we are starting to get that curvature, but it needs to be way more pronounced. So let's also take the inside of our circle here and make it the same type of shape. We can patch that up later. So like right over there, right over there, and right over there. Let's select this, loop tools, relax. So now we already have that circular pattern in a more meaningful manner. We do need an extra loop cut right here in order to get enough geometry to make this circle work. So let's select all of this, and the circle should be somewhere in here. So maybe even all the way until the bottom. Then I'm going to press I. Let's bring this inside. Let's delete it for now, just for a second, so we can see that there are 18 edges or 18 vertices. Then I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to selected. Let's add a circle. It's going to have 18 vertices, RX 90. Let's scale this down. Let's have a look at this, because it is this part moving on this area, G and X, and this one as well. Then we'll select this, SC0, this part as well, SC0. And we're just simply going to take this, add a shrink wrap modifier, and shrink wrap it to the drone. Now let's have a look. Let's have a quick look. I think it should be brought up until it's following the circle quite perfectly. We can also move this on the side just to get a better look for the, just so we get a better look for this entire shape. And it's not a perfect circular shape, so it is permitted if it is slightly odd looking. Apply the shrink wrap, select this, Control J. Let's remove all of these. Let's select this and bridge these edge loops. All right, so now we get this area right here, which is looking absolutely horrendous. And that has nothing to do with our crease, which I just turned off. And since we now have this area, which is giving us a lot of troubles, let's dissolve these edges. And that should remove all our problems as well. With regard to shading issues, we can play around with this just a little bit more to improve the edge flow. And maybe even bring some of these parts a bit more out. And there you go. I think that if we simply were to bring this inside for now and give this a bevel. Yeah, I think that is correct. And that's where the wing is going to come out of. So let's actually do that for now. Let's select this, press E and Y, and let's bring this inside. I'm also going to grid fill this, if I am permitted. So grid fill, and that is going to be fine. Then I'm going to add a bevel modifier, bevel. I'm going to set it to weight. Let's bring it all the way on top, and let's select this part. go right over here to the mean bevel weight, and let's increase that ever so slightly so we get that bevel weight going on here for us. The only thing I'm not understanding is why this is now moved outwards as compared to this. So I'm simply going to place the 3D cursor right there, Shift S, selection the cursor, nothing changed. So I guess we're just spacing. All right, so before we continue, let's make sure that this part is entirely closed. Now, obviously we do have an area right here which cannot be easily closed unless we do something like this. So we're going to have to be creative with that part. And we're going to make sure that this can be filled up. So let's select all of this right over here, E and Y. Let's bring it over here until it is connected, like so. And then we need to connect that part with everything that we have until right over here. So let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of those that we need. So let's make sure that this is reflected right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's too much. So let's do 9. 9 cuts. Oh, I'm not sure what happened here. 9. Let's select this and let's press F. Then let's click on this and press F until it is filled up all the way until over there. Turn the subdivision off for now. It seems like this line is going through the mesh here. So let's take our loop cut and G and Y this just a little bit in order to bring that towards the side. Now the way I see it, if we want to close this, then we should have a line that's going straight over there. So Control 7, so we can see the bottom side. Press E, and let's move this one exactly over there. We can G and Z this, just so it's following along a bit better with this curvature. And in theory, if we now... And I think the problem we have here is this one. So let's delete those faces. Let's take this, merge at last, like so. G and Y, let's bring this out just a little bit. And if we now delete this entire area, so let's select all of this one, this one, this one, and G and Y. Let's bring this to the side. Then right over here, this part should also move to the side, like this. And technically speaking, we can merge by distance and that should remove one vertex. That is the case. Now we need to make sure that all of this can be closed off. So the problem I'm seeing here is that if we add a loop cut right over there, bring this to the side like this, then we need to connect this up, merge that first, and we can do the same for the rest. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of those. Let's take this line, G and X, so we make sure it's a bit more straight. Let's add 9 loop cuts here. And I believe we should be able to merge all of these at first. Merge at last in this case. So merge it to the top. And let's add a loop cut right here in the middle. It's going all the way around here. Now in theory, we should be able to take this, SC0, make it straight, G and Z, bring it down just a little bit. And then from this point onwards, we can bring this down. So let's select this, press E, Z, and have it follow this shape. And we can now take this loop and slide it over like so. And there you go. Let's select this line, E and Y. Let's bring it all the way over there. And let's add a similar amount of loop cuts right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And let's select all of these and just bring them in alignment with what we already have. Now let's click on Alt-C and let's select this entire area here and let's merge by distance. That should remove 10 vertices. For some reason we are getting something odd here, and that is because it didn't remove this one. So merge at last. That should fix the problem. And now it's closed off. We also fixed our shading issues here because of it. Now let's select the entire bottom loop all the way until this part and the bottom side. Let's increase the main bevel weight. And that looks a lot more like the reference. Let's click on this one. Let's find the loop cut right over here. Shift S, cursor to selected. Let's click on this one. Shift S, selection to cursor. Then from right over here, let's loop tools, relax. And then we should have all of this fixed up again. So let's go into this mesh. Select this line, GG. To bring it all the way up here until it's reaching this point here. Let's take it. And what I think that's happening is that this one should be moved all the way until the end. So let's just click on 1, E, X, let's move it all the way until right over here. I think it is possible to bring this inside just a little bit more, just like this, because it's not completely reaching the end here, it's transitioning into something else. And that something else is something that we still have to create. But now we do have the basis from where this can be created. Now, in order to get this other part right here, we're going to add a couple of loop cuts just to make these squares. And I'm going to do the same over here. So something like this should be enough. And then we have some more squares to work with. For this part, it's going to start at the same position as the other one. And let's just take one of these. Let's do the exact same process. E, bring it right over there. E, X, let's have it sit right over there and press E and then bring it somewhere over here where it can connect with the other part. It should be at around here. So let's place the 3D cursor right there. E, and let's bring it somewhere over there. Very good. This part can now be connected, and on the top of this it can be closed off. So we're going to remove the entire inside like this. Let's add 2 loop cuts here. I'm going to fill this with a triangle. Press F, and I'm going to add 2 loop cuts over here. Press F, and then we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's an angon. We might add another loop cut on this part. Take this, fill it up, and then this final part as well. Let's select the entire area. SC 0, it's already flat, so we did a pretty good job there. Shift N to recalculate the normals. Now from this point onward, things are starting to get a little bit crazier because it's moving sideways first in some sort of an angle until about half this part. So let's press K and let's select this part right here, and all the way until over here we should have an area. So let's click on OK, and now we have this. And then starting from over here, moving all of this out, we can press E, then remove this inner area and make sure that these two are connected. So merge at last. And these two should be connected. So let's merge at last. And that's going to give us some strange geometry, but in theory this should work out better in order to get that line completely the way that we want it to. Let's delete all of this for now. Alright, things went slightly wrong. So let's take this as well and delete it. And there you go, we now have this. So let's take this part here and E and Y. Just bring this out. G and X. And let's make sure it's following the other shape of the model a little bit better. Same for this. Like so. So now it's transitioning a bit more nicely in between those. And that's exactly what we were looking for. We have an area that is slightly going inside, so E and Y, G and X. And then it's moving all the way to the back. So G and X, like this. and just make sure it aligns with the current mesh. Like so. Let's now take this, E and Z, let's bring this down. And let's fill it up. And let's fill this back up again. Press F. Let's delete that face. Let's delete this. Let's take this and E and X and make sure it's following until approximately right over there. Let's add a loop cut here. And let's take both of these. So let's select this and G and Y. Just a little bit, like so. Now we need to figure out a way in order to fill this up. So first I'm going to add a triangle right there. And if we just press F, we're not going to make it. At least until this far. Let's add one more loop cut. This one can be connected to that one. This one can be connected like so. And then we have this area, which can be selected by pressing F, but this should be connected. So let's take this, merge at last. And if we now fill this up, we press F, and then remove the face here on the inside. Then I will take all of this as well, like so, S and Z, scale this down and bring it back up until our triangle is correct. S and C, G and Z, there you go. Something like this should do the trick. Now on the inside of this, let's select it. And let's press I. Let's then press E. We're going to bring it all the way up, like this. Maybe scale it in just a little bit. There should be a part here. Let's see what's going on here. Let's take all of this. Let's dissolve that edge. We're not going to be able to see this anyways. So let's not spend too much topology on it. And we're going to have to add another area in this, exactly this size. So Shift D, P, separate the selection. G and Z, let's bring this down just a little bit. Let's give it another E so it has some thickness. And just simply add a screw here where I think it's supposed to go. And there's one place with a visible circle in it, and that's in the middle. So I'm going to add 2 loop cuts over here, 2 loop cuts over there. Take this, press I, let's bring this inside. Let's turn it into a circle. And then median point, let's scale this in, scale this up. And let's press E. And take this and increase the bevel weight. So now we do have a circle right over there. And we actually need 2 screws as well. So let's go over here. Let's add in a mesh, extra objects, gears, bolt. So if I look at this bolt, I think it's a Phillips. Yeah. And the head should be circular. So I think we have cap for that. That's all right. See if there's another one. Bam, yeah. This is the good one. So let's shade this smooth. And RX 180. Let's scale this up. And let's bring this inside. It should be a tad bit smaller, so let's just go over here. We can also edit this. Go into edit mode, Alt-C, look through this, and remove a bunch of this. Just to save on some topology there. Okay, so now we got that screw. Control 7, Shift D, X, there's another one right over there. Very minute details, I don't think anybody's going to notice this even, but yeah, we got it. This is all just one part, by the way, and this is moving like this. And yes, the shading issues are actually in the model itself. Let's select this and delete those faces. Let's also delete the faces on the back side. I don't think we need that much of it, to be honest. So everything like this can be removed. And then we still have the same shape, but without all the extra. Of course, we might need it for this. So let's just do that for, just to be sure. Let's add it, this one as well, press F. Okay, now at least we have it. The entire area that's supposed to be coming here is part of a different mesh. So this part that is going to be created later on. Let's select both of these. Then let's select this line right over there. And let's make sure to select this all the way over here. And Shift D, P, separate the selection. Select whatever we've got here and Control J. Let's go right over there because we do have a part sticking out. And that's not necessary. So we're going to bring this down and merge at, and merge this at last. And there you go. And now we can fill this up. So let's select this entire loop. Press on 1. Shift D, Z, let's bring it down until it's touching the other one. Merge by distance should remove one vertex. That is now the case. And now we can select these and fill it up. There you go. And then we have one more until right over there. So let's simply select all of this, Shift D, Z, let's bring it down, scale it up just a little bit. Merge by distance and then increase it until it removes one vertex. Select this, press F and fill it up until the end. Select this one, press F. And then once again, we're going to take all of this, Shift D, Z. Let's take all of this, press F until it's filled up. And then we can do the final one right over there. Shift N to recalculate the normals. As a matter of fact, what I'm noticing right now is that this part is unnecessary. Let's remove it. It's actually going straight down from over here. And when it comes to this area, we simply want to drag this down. So let's click on 3, let's press E and Z, and let's bring this all the way down here until there is a transition starting to occur. Problem, however, is that this should actually be moved on the Y-axis because it's not that far out. We should G and X this and make sure that it's following along with this curvature again. And then take this part, select all of it, and G and Y, and make sure that this is following along nicely with the rest of the curvature. So just keep that in mind. We're going to make sure that all of this connects a little bit better, like so. Now from this point onward, we can E and X this and actually bring it towards the other side, like right over there. E and X. G and Z actually, until it is moving in that direction where it's supposed to be. Now we have some odd issues here because of the bevel. So let's select all of this and remove the bevel weight. That should solve that problem. Now do be sure to space all of these out just a little bit better. Like this. And now all of that is a bit more even and that gets rid of those shading issues. We should also add some more loop cuts right over here and make sure that we get some more of those squares like we have right over there. Now everything is equal again. And for this one, it seems like it's moving outwards. We actually don't want this. It should be moving in a meaningful manner towards this side. So if we take all of this and then select all of these, G and Y, R and Z, and rotate this in such a fashion so that it makes a bit more sense, then we're starting to get to the right point here. Because this is actually quite straight, following along with the rest of the model. In order to patch this up, this should actually have some geometry. So let's click on this and press F right over there. These can probably be merged together, so merge it last. And then for this one, we can also add another loop cut and place it somewhere meaningful, like right over there. Just make sure that everything is a bit more straightened out. And this is the way that it's transitioning into the rest of the model. So now we have patched that up. Let's select this and let's make sure that this one over here is also moving inside just a little bit more. So let's take this, S and X and 0, and let's make it straight. G and X, let's bring it outside just a little bit. And that seems to be a little bit better. It's not completely there yet, but I think that once we start adding bevels, things will work out a bit more fine. And the problem here is that everything that's moving here in this side angle should also be the same like right over there. So I think that's the problem that we have here. In theory, if we just start from over here and move all the way over there, then we should have a similar line. And we can delete this area. Along with this area. And then we need to clean these up a little bit simply by pressing GG. Let's make it straight here. GG, 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 like this. And there will be a different structure that follows along from this, but it's not over here. At least for now, we have to make sure that this line is following in the same direction for a little bit. So something like this, keep the same angular shape going on here. And then it's going to be straight. So let's select everything here. SE0, G and Z. And then it will be straight. But that is only until right over here. And these other ones can be moved up again. So like right over there. This makes the most sense when I look at the reference. The problem with these lines is that they are skewed. So I'm going to GG. So SE0. This one as well, SE0. And this one as well, SE0. And that should make those lines a bit more straight. We're going to select all of this. Make sure that it's going inside. We can also scale it down. G and Z, it should be quite large actually. G and Z. And it seems like we missed one. So let's take this SE0 as well. GG. Let's make sure they are all the same size. Press I. Scale this down until it fits in there. I think we can remove this top part. And if we now move this inside, let's see if this is the correct shape already. It sort of is. It has a bit more of a circular motion. I think with a simple subdivision surface modifier, this should do the trick. Shift D, P, separate the selection. Let's select this part, E, and bring it out again. Very good. Then we're going to select all these surrounding lines and just give it a mean bevel weight. Let's go right over here as well and let's select the inner loop and give it a mean bevel weight. I also feel like there's another area within this that is quite large. So something like this, press I, and let's bring it inside. Let's bring it inside ever so slightly, just like this. Let's turn off the bevel right there. Okay, so now we also have a button and that will truly come to life when it's textured. Now, right over here, what we can do is take this entire bottom area, press E and Y, and let's bring this together because this is supposed to be closed up, but it's going to be a bit harder than this. So let me add all of those loop cuts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's enough. In theory, what we want to have happen is that this one is merged at last. Let's do that for all of these, but make sure to select this and G and Z. We should bring this up, but without having this part move up. So how can we do that? Well, it's actually by pressing E, for example, and just bringing this inside a little bit. And then we can move it up without it changing the actual direction of things in our mesh. And now we can connect these up. Now on the inside here, we have non-manifold edges. So let's go over here and on this side, let's delete this interior part. Make sure that this entire area is selected. G and Y until the clipping solves all the issues. Now, the problem is that this should start in a pretty meticulous manner. So I'm going to place the 3D cursor right over here on these two. I will select this entire area, set the pivot point to 3D cursor, R, RY, and bring this out ever so slightly. And that should give us the effect here, especially once we start applying our bevel that we're looking for. It seems to me like this entire part is completely useless. So this area, let's remove all of that. Let's delete those edges. Select this, press F. Kind of annoying, we have to do it by hand. That's just what it is. I'm going to select all of these as well, G and Y. And now we have to do the same for this entire part. There you go, and this entire part, just simply press F. There you go. So I'll make it straight again, so SY0, SY0. Let's just do it like this. All right, so this entire part here is actually being brought up. So let's first add a loop cut right over here. And let's select this area, G and Z. Let's bring this up just a little bit because this is sticking out ever so slightly. And I think this looks pretty good. We might be able to scale it on the Y-axis as well, just a little bit like this. And this is transitioning over into that part. Now the way this happens, the way this occurs, is with a slight angle like this, just a little bit. So it's smoothing over into it like that. We can play around with these in order to get to a more satisfying result. And we can also, yeah, something like this. And this part shouldn't have a bevel, I believe. Yeah, that makes a bit more sense. Still not completely perfect. So this part can also be removed for the bevel. Yeah, so this is what the reference shows me. And yes, it does look a little bit odd with the shading, but I think that's also the case in the actual model. Now with this one, there's a line going like this, and then it's moving over just a little bit like so. And we can take this one to make the transition a bit more smooth, like this, and we're going to select it. And the question is, are we going to bring this out on the X just a little bit like this without that one, G and X, ever so slightly, and then perhaps even use a crease in order to get that harsh line, but it shouldn't be too creased, just a little bit, like so. I'm seeing this in the reference, so I'm just recreating it as I go. I feel like this one here is not strong enough, so let's increase the power for that one just a little bit. Now, another thing that I feel like is that this entire area is slightly lower than we initially expected it. So let's R and X this, and let's make it a bit more straight, just like this. And let's see, I think this is slightly more correct than what we had before. I feel like we should simply take this and also connect these parts together until it's going all the way over there. So the way I feel like this would be the smartest is to simply press F and press F right here. So what I will do is take this one, press F and press F. And then we will have this entire line, and we can also press F4. So, like this until we are all the way at the end, like so. And we can always GG this to make the edge flow a bit more proper, like this. And I'm going to leave that one as is. Press F, press F, press F, press F, press F, G and Y. Let's improve the edge flow a little bit. And there you go. And this is practically where it ends as well. And there's no curvature, it's pretty straight, like this. I think it is slightly odd looking though. So let's Loop Tools, relax this. So that's now the entire bottom side as well. And it looks exactly like this. That is completely correct. We have this area as well. That looks pretty good, according to the reference at least. And let's take this, G and X, and let's bring this slightly more inside. We do have a pretty odd edge here. I'm going to slide this one over just a little bit and make sure that we get the same for this, so it's not intersecting with that mesh. Just a little bit outwards like this. So that's pretty much it. And now we can work on the bottom side or the front. So we have to decide here what we are going to do. I believe for this entire area, everything is done. Let's press F here and let's just follow this line again until it's moving somewhat like this. It is supposed to end up right over there, just like this line. So I'm going to press G and Z and bring that up. And then I will take this, G and Z, and let's bring that up. We can even rotate this on the Y a little bit. G and Z until it's all the way over there. And then we need to make sure that this transition is a bit more logical. By taking this, selecting this entire loop, and G and Zing this until it is sort of straight. So all the way over here. That would make sense to me. Let's just transition this a bit more nicely. And there you go. So it's still going in the same direction as this line. And now we need to close this off. So let's E and Y this. And let's bring this to the side until it is completely connected. Let's do the selection to cursor. Same goes for this one. So this selection to cursor. Then this line, Shift S, selection to cursor. Okay, there you go. Let's see, we should select both of these. Let's add a loop cut to this one and connect it right over there. I'm immediately going to connect it to this line as well. So Shift S, selection to cursor. Very good. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think in general, we just want to move this down until it's following along a bit better with the rest of the curvature. So let's take all of these and do it immediately. G and Z. Something like this is a bit closer. Let's take this line, GG. Selection to cursor. Oh, cursor to selected and selection to cursor. Seems like we missed a line here because there's one right over there as well. Let's take it. Selection to cursor. I'm not sure if we're missing anything else. It seems like we got an extra loop cut right over here. So let's dissolve those edges. And now it should be connected a bit more nicely. Let's take this, GG. Let's bring it up ever so slightly. The more we can do by hand, the better it will look. Cursor to selected. Selection to cursor. Let's take this line now. G and Z, something like this. We can also add another one over there. So I guess something somewhere went wrong. Just not sure where. And there you go. And there you go. So now this side part here is flowing over into the bottom part. I'm not sure what they were thinking at all, but I guess it worked out for their product line because it's one of their most successful drones. Very cool. We now have a model that is starting to look like a drone. I'm actually starting to become confident. You know the saying of trust the process, right? Well, this was a part where I needed to trust the process because I was looking at it the entire time. I was like, is this going to work out? I'm not entirely sure. And eventually it will. It always will. So we're not there yet, but right now I do have the feeling that we're reaching a point where things will work out. Let's place this in a new backup. New backup. Don't listen to my naming conventions. Whenever I make a new collection, just come up with a name for yourself because I'm terrible at this stuff and usually I cannot find anything anymore, but I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. We should probably do an operation with the knife until somewhere over here. I think this is correct. I'm just going to press enter here. This part is not part of this. Separate the selection. It should exist because it's part of the other side, so of this part right here, but it's not part of this. It's going over into our next area, so to speak. And what that should also mean is that right over here, we should have more loops, E and X. This is also not supposed to be part of it, but this one is part of this, and they should be connected together. So for this line all the way until that line, G and X, make sure that it's colliding, merge by distance, remove one vertex. I think we should remove 2 or 3 actually. 2 for now at least. Let's see. So this one is not connected. Oh, because we don't have a loop cut here. Okay, now that makes a lot more sense. We have auto merge turned on, so it immediately merged this together. So that makes a lot more sense. Let's see, this was a Shift E. So we're going to continue the process of the Shift E, which was at 1. Something like this. Cool. Now select this area, the loop, Shift D, P, separate the selection, and let's tie it together with this one. Okay. Once again, we will have 2 loops here, 2 vertices, I mean. Merge by distance, and those should now be connected. I'm going to place the 3D cursor right over here. Press E, SC0 with the pivot point on the 3D cursor. G and X, and let's follow this shape here, and press F. Now, we cannot press F on these ones, unfortunately, but we can on this. So the bottom part with the front part is all connected with each other, and that's going to be quite hard, but still, we're going to fix it anyways. It's just a model. It's just placing some faces and vertices around until it works. So let's do that. It's not that complicated. It is complicated, but not that complicated. Shift S, cursor to selected. E, Shift S, selection to cursor. G and X. G and X. G and Y. And press F. Let's see, is there a smarter way to do this? I don't want to do this for all of these the entire time. Let's just go over here and press E and Z like this. And then select this and press F. Yeah. Okay, so now at least that part is filled up. I kind of want to get it going all the way until over there. That would make the most sense to me. I think we should actually just take all of this and already move it with G and Y slightly to the inside. Okay, I kind of messed that one up. I'm not sure why. Let's do this in a bit more clean fashion. Cursor to selected, selection to cursor, G and X. Let's have it be a bit more like this. This entire part here is already somewhat at the level like this. So it's already becoming more flat, so to speak. I kind of feel like this part here from the original should be way more flat. So it's going up right now. I will take a little break. I'll have a look at it and figure out a solution. I'll be right back. Alright, so as you might remember, this part here is going upwards, but if we follow this trajectory, it definitely isn't going to work out. So the way that I see it is that this part is slightly elevated and it's moving down, but it's quite straight. So it's not that extreme. So from over here, there's then a circle that is going down with some feet to stand on here, and then it's moving like this. And if we can replicate that effect, then I'm quite certain that everything will work out fine. So let's go right over here and let's select this line right over here, holding Control and Shift S, cursor to selected. Then I'm going to select both of these because they are separated. And I'm going to press on 3. I will select this entire loop all the way until over there. And for this one, same story. Now we've got this selected. I think what we can do is set the pivot point to 3D cursor SC0 and bring it down. And I'm actually just going to bring this up slightly just to make sure that it's following the correct trajectory here, starting somewhere around the split. If I look at it like this. And what is the split? Well, the split is right over here, which also means that this can be moved up until right over there. I think this is going to be the correct position for all of this to happen. And this is moving in a inward shape. So what we can do is select all the lines that are part of it. I'm also going to bring this one outside of that mesh because I think it's a little bit weird. Just going to place this right over there, G and Y, and bring this inside ever so slightly so we get that sloping angle that we're looking for, the same one as this. Now there's a complicated part right here because actually we want to connect this up and then it should be fine. But the complications occur because there is a circular bottom here. And if we want to make sure that everything is working out fine directly, then it's probably better to make this side first, even though I really want to connect this up. So in order to fix that, there are a couple of different things that we can do. The first thing that I'm going to do is select this part right here, Shift S, cursor to selected. Because I think right over there kind of like in the middle, slightly to the right of this, there is going to be this circular shape that's connected with all of this. So let's add a small circle right here, mesh circle. I'm going to do, let's do 8. I'm going to scale this down. G and X, bring this slightly to the side. Bring this right over here. I'm just kind of doing it by eye, to be honest. Somewhere over here, if I have a look at it, I think it's supposed to fit like 1, 2, 3, 4 times within this model. So it's a tad bit larger. G and Y, 1, 2, 3, so a tad bit smaller. Something like this. I think this is correct. G and X, ever so slightly. Let's connect these two together. And now let's connect these ones, merge at last. Let's connect this one with this one, merge at last. This one can be moved like so. And then this one can be connected, merge at last. And then we can take this, so we get a curve shape going on here. And we should be able, Control 7, to fill this up like so. I think that's going to be the correct option here. Let's just simply extrude all of these lines. And let's make sure that we can connect what can be connected already. Something like this. And now we have that circular shape going on there. So the way I see it, this part over here can be connected. Shift N to recalculate the normals, shade it smooth. And I believe we can now simply fill this up. So I'm going to G and Z this, G and X. And let's bring it slightly towards this side. As a matter of fact, I think we can even move it on the Y, simply to change that shape once again, right there. Now for this one, same stuff. I'm just going to fill this up. Whoop. And now it's not following the correct trajectory anymore, which is going to be a problem later on. So GG, 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 GG. This should all be moved a little bit more inside, just so it's following that trajectory. And actually we should take a look at our reference here, because it should end up kind of over there. And the same goes for this one. I'm not sure what it is that we can connect it now. This right here, I believe we are able to select it from right over there. And G and Y and bring it out until it makes a bit more sense. But now we should be able to connect this up with this. We also have our circle in place. And there is something going on right here that we're going to make later. So I'm simply going to GG this to bring it slightly more over here and get us a better looking shape for this. Something like this. All right. I know what you're thinking. We've got some odd stuff around here, but nothing that cannot be solved with some sliding around of these edges and edge loops in order to make it look a bit better. What we can also do is simply take this one, GG, and slide it outwards and just improve the geometry a bit more like this, so you can actually see what we're doing. So yeah, there are some parts here with some shading troubles, which does occur in the actual mesh, to be honest, but still we can fix that later on. No problem with that. All right, so the real question is, how can we align this in a meaningful way? So I'm going to cursor to select it, then select this one, Shift S selection to cursor. There are some odd things going on here in order to make this work. That's what I feel like, at least. Let's see, what do we have here? Oh, we also have an internal part that can be removed. This used to be useful, but since we changed the shape here, that doesn't make sense anymore. We're going to have to think of a different method in order to solve that problem. Let's open both of these, and we got this line that is connected perfectly with this line. Instead, if we simply take all of this plus that one, and Shift D and P separator selection, and then we connect these two together, and then we can go into edit mode, merge by distance. That should remove one vertex, and it's this one, and that is the case. So now we fill that up, and let's see, we've got our next row of lines right over there. So if we just select all of this E and X and bring it right over there, Then in theory, if we select this and close this up, then we should have a very straight part that is connected. Now you might be worried about this area not aligning, and I am worried about that too. So we should take this, this vertex, this single one, and bring it to the side, like so. And all of the other problems, such as this one and this one, can be solved quite simply by some better alignments. Let's just make sure that everything here is following the correct trajectory. Control 7. So let's actually just finish this entire part, right? So let's E and X this. Let's bring it right over there. E and X, E and X, and E and X. And I believe we can just fill this up. Like so. Just for good measure, in order to keep our shape a bit more uniform and topology wise correct, I'm just going to select this, Control 7, and do the exact same thing. Yes, there are some more elements here, and that's exactly why we also need more squares, because then we can actually make those elements. Like this. And you know what? I'm even going to do this. We'll see how we'll fix this up. Let's select this, press F. And this one is now a funny one. So press F. We're going to get this part where things look a little bit weird. I might just merge at first and just connect all of these up together like so. You are going to get a bit more of a connected shape here with a pole. So it is kind of up for debate whether that is the correct choice here or not. E and X. And E and X. And let's just connect these together, like so. So now let's take this circle, and what I'm seeing here is that it's actually being scaled inside, so E and S, make sure it's on median point, something like this, and it's also moving up ever so slightly, not too much, just a little bit. And within there, there's a different element, and we could create it straight away. I'm actually just going to wait for it a little while. What I do want to make sure of is that we select all of this and this inner line and go to the mean bevel weight and increase that so we get this circular type shape like this. It's already looking a lot better. All right, so I just moved this one with G a little bit to the inside just to remove some of those issues here. Of course, there are still issues left, like right over here, but this one is not a real issue because there's something we need to solve here. I'm going to take this, and I actually want to keep the slopiness of this angle, or should it be straight? It can just be straight. So let's select all of these. And let's make sure that we're actually making it straight. I'm just going to leave this one here for now. And I know that may seem odd, but I think it makes a bit more sense for following this shape. So we'll see. Maybe it will be a harsh part, like right over here. It's going to mess with things. So I'm simply going to bring it in the same line as well. Loop tools and relax. And we can always patch this part up later. I think it's more important that we get this shape right now, and then we can always fix this up. And the interesting part is we should actually have a piece right over here that's sticking out. All right, patch that up just a little bit. So now we have a bit more coherent loop cuts here. So let's place the 3D cursor right here. Cursor is selected. And let's select this entire area. Let's set the pivot point to 3D cursor. R and Y. So let's R and Y to the other side. Something like this. Until it makes a bit more sense. Ever so slightly, just like this. All right. Let's loop tools relax this line. There you go. That didn't change anything drastic for us. I'm just going to keep it. Kind of improves the shading right there. All right, so what I'm going to do right here is add a knife cut from this point onwards, all the way until perhaps like right over there, and just enter. And I'm going to press I, and then bring this up. So E and Z, SE 0, let's make this flat. And I feel like this should be a bit more towards the inside, so it's not that thick as we have it right now. And S and X, let's also move it out like so. And then we're going to take this entire edge loop and GG this towards that side. I'm also going to bring this down, simply because I think it's going to deliver us a little bit better geometry. Then take this, GG, slide it over. Then do the same for this one at the same time, GG, slide it over. Like this. And select it, because I feel like it might be a bit too tall. So just something like this. And now we'll deal with the aftermath. So let's have a look at this. We have some areas here, so merge by distance, remove 4 vertices. I think that's all right, so now it's moving out. I'm going to take this and bring it right over there. It's actually a very weird looking vertex, so I'm going to delete it. Now we'll take this, move it on this side, make sure everything is a bit more flat here. And what I think the problem is, let me turn off the subdivision for now, is that we should try and fix this up in a way. I don't care if it's triangles, honestly. Let's take this loop that I just created. I just added this, quite literally. And I'm going to place a nasty angle on here, just like this. And let's see what the subdivision does for us. It actually looks quite all right. So I'm going to roll with this. I know that's not the best practice topology wise, and it could probably be a little bit better. But in general, I think that if we just place this somewhere over here, R and Y this a little bit, play around with it like that, we actually get the shape without shading issues, and that's all I care about. So I'm just simply going to roll with that. And let's have a look here. There is a slight possibility that this also needs to be an n-gon, because this line here is existent. That means that, let's just give it a try. Yeah, I actually think this is all right. And I know how odd that is, but it is the case. Now, I'm going to click on 1. I'm going to click on Alt-C, C, K and C, and this will hack it through the entire mesh. And I basically just want to get a very small edge here on top. So let's lock it on the X and press OK. So now we have this line here. I think we can just simply press Ctrl B, Alt E and extrude along normals and bring it inside just a little bit. Now we might have to select these outer loops and increase the bevel weight to make that a lot sharper. And that is exactly what I see in the reference. So that's great. And maybe we can play around with some vertices right here and slide this on the X-axis, for example. Same for this one. And is there another one? Yes, S and X. And just have it flow over a little bit more like that. All right, Control 7. Let's go right over here. It's starting halfway through this line here. And I'm just going to select this part, press I, S and Y. Let's bring it inside a little bit. And I'm also going to bring this down, so G and C, because I notice that it has that type of shape. And it should be moved towards this area a little bit. Let's scale it down, G and X, S and Y, just make sure to get the shape right. And here we get it, a sort of circle that looks like this. And let's now clean up some of this topology. So S and X, it is sloping inward a little bit more like that. Right over here, it's a bit more circular. So I'm going to GG this and actually try to get this shape. Let's take this loop, R and Y ever so slightly, and bring it down, simply so we can get this type of shading in here, because that's what I'm seeing in the reference. And I'm now also going to take these and GG, get that circular type shape that we made before in there as well. A little bit more. So something like this should probably do the trick. And that looks pretty much like the reference. We've got this sort of sloping light going on here. This is a bit more straight. I think it can be moved inwards just a little bit more. So let's select all of these, G and X, and let's bring it right over there. I think that's a bit more correct. And then we're also going to make this shape slightly different. So it's moving a bit more like this. This one can also move slightly. Then we have this one. It's a bit more circular here, but it's going in a sort of sloping angle down. So something like over here. And then it's straight for an entire area, and that is correct. Now I also feel like this could use a bevel. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, definitely. That is the shape. So GG, and let's slightly improve this. There you go. Yeah, this is the exact shape I'm seeing, which is right over here. I'm not sure if you can see it well, but that's what it looks like. I basically want this area right here. Press I, let's get it down, S and X, make it a bit more squarish. It seems like it's sloping, and that is correct because we did do that indeed. So let's rotate this ever so slightly in order to make it flat on this plane again. Let's turn this into a circle. So loop tools, circle. Very good, R and Z, let's rotate this to make it a bit more logical. Let's scale this down. And now we should actually have something that we can simply bring inside. Like right over there. I think it should have been slightly smaller. I'm going to bring that back. And let's increase the bevel weight for this one. All right, so that's it for the complete bottom side. Of course, we need to fill this up with some more circular shapes that are going inside of this. But it's not necessary for now. We have all the components that we need. Actually, instead of the bevel, let's take this. Let's actually try and give this a crease. Like so. So not too much, not on one, just like somewhere over here. Because I feel like it's not that harsh as the bevel is giving us. And I think that the crease is just making it slightly cleaner than the bevel. So before we continue, there's one more part here where there's a hole. And that is right over here. So I'm actually just going to select this, press I, and not B. And let's loop tools, circle this, scale it. RZ, rotate it ever so slightly. We are getting some messed up shading over here. And let's bring this inside, like so. And let's rotate this until this line here is straight, like this. And then let's bring this inside, like so. If we now add a mean bevel weight to this part, then we should have the hole there as well. And let's see, I think it is a tad bit smaller actually. This is way too large. So let's bring this back. Let's scale this down until it looks something like this. And rotate it ever so slightly so it's following along a bit more with the curvature. I know, pretty hacky. Let's do this. And do make sure that this line is straight, that it's going from over here. Press E to bring it inside. Let's select this. Let's give it a bevel. Ah, there was a crease there. Very good. Okay, so now that's turned off. And this one can be made to crease again. Let's give it a bevel weight like this. Perhaps a crease. Yeah, I think that's a tad bit better here. And it's still flowing over into that circle. So let's go back here. You see some shading issues right over there. Let's add a loop cut here and let's smooth this out. And let's GG this and move it out a little bit. And then the shading looks correct again. So we now have this entire area. It's starting to become a pretty intricate and detailed model already. We have all of these parts right here in the bottom. We actually created this. It's a bunch of weird shapes, some triangles, some weird squares, weird circles. Everything is weird about this. I know they were smoking crack, they were smoking something, and I'm not sure what it is, but I got them on my radar and I have alarmed the FBI about this fact. So maybe you will see something about it in the news soon. But the bigger problem right now is how to fill this up, because we need to get this sloping angle from right over there. And let's see if we do it from this part. Is everything connected or not? What am I actually looking at here? Yeah, I think we should first of all select both of these. Then select this vertex. Oh, make sure you don't select anything on the other side. Select these and G and X this. I think that is slightly more correct. And let's do the same for these. Make sure that you only select these right over there, G and X. And have it be a bit more shaped like this. That is the first thing that we're going to do. And now that is still aligning properly, but it's following the reference a little bit better. So let me select this, then go right over here, right over there, Shift S cursor to select it, and let's add a mesh circle. Let's do 16 vertices. I think we need a little bit more for this one. RX 90. And we kind of just have a look here. The circle should be placed on this part. So G and Z, G and X. Kind of like this. Just try to make it as good as possible. There you go. And this part of the circle can be removed. Vertices, delete that. And the interesting part is right now that we should place the 3D cursor right here, select the circle, 3D cursor, and have this align with the top. Okay, so let's also take this one into account. Let's go right over here. L on this circle. Since we now have this, if we now press S and X, we can bring it slightly inside because it's definitely not going that far. S and X, it is a weird model, guys. We have to just take that into account. And if we now select this and Control J, ooh, wrong way around. First the circle, then this one, Control J. And then merge by distance. It should remove 2 vertices. It should remove 1 vertex, and that is this one. We're going to verify. Okay, it didn't do that, so that's always scary when that happens, of course. Select this and this, Control J. Let's go right over here, select both of these, merge by distance. And increase this, merge by distance, one of them. Yeah, so now the circle is part of this. Yeah, so things are getting quite interesting here. I'm going to select both of these, cursor to selected, and then I will bring in a circle. But before I do that, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think with 6 we should be able to make it. So I'm going to bring in a circle with 12. I'm not entirely sure about this just yet. We'll find out. We'll always find out. So let's place it right over there. P, separate the selection. Shift S, selection to cursor. Make sure that the geometry is in the middle. Shift S, selection to cursor. Let's remove the mirror and all that stuff. I'm not sure what's going on here. Bevel, don't need a bevel. Why is this not a circle? Okay, let's redo this. Mesh circle, we need only 12 of them, so let's scale this down. And let's see. I kind of just want to make sure that this is connected here. Let's bring this down until this part is completely on this circle. Set the pivot point to 3D cursor, Alt-C, and make sure that we reach the middle here. So something like this. Okay. Or actually, it should reach the entire other side. Yes. Alt-7. Yeah, it's reaching the other side now. Now we need to decide how much of a curve that's going to be. So I think something like this should probably do the trick. Let's go right there. Let's delete those vertices. And I think if we now follow the curvature like this, then it's going to work out. The question is, how do we do that? That's a great question. Let's first select this, and let's also remove these vertices. Let's Control J this, and then it should go back to the other side. All right, so now, if we take a look at these, the amount of vertices that are over here are not the same, but it doesn't really matter as long as we can follow along with the shape. So I'm not going to be too bothered about this being the same as this, nor am I going to be too bothered with this circle because it's simply for reference. And I've just found a method in order to fix this. So in theory, what I believe is that if we take all of these and we E and Z this, and I'm first going to do the quick version of this, and then I'm just going to try and hope that this will work out for everything. I'm going to bring this right over there, and we should be more meticulous with patching this up. But I'm not sure if it's worth doing that right now. Just going to give it a quick one. G and Z, and for this one as well, G and C. Let's bring it on the right spot there. G and C, like this. And then we're going to add like 5 loop cuts, something like this. And then we'll take this entire line, G and X, and bring it exactly to where we placed our circle. So that is going to determine where everything is. So R and Z, like this, G and Y. Let's bring it slightly closer to each other. Like this, and make sure that it's all pretty aligned. Like that. And then if we select this, we keep that one selected, and we select this area, Loop Tools, Curve. Then in theory, we should have that curvature shape. And that does look pretty good indeed. All right, welcome back. So it's a new day, and we're first going to finish this up. Then we're going to add the camera. Then we're going to add the arms, and that should be the point in time where we're going to add the details to this model. And let's have a look here. So the way I see it is that each and every one of those parts right here for a considerable piece has some type of hole. Let's remove all of these. Let's remove these and these. Let's press I right here, and let's delete those faces. So now let's select this area as well as this area. So we get this selected now. Press I, make sure it's approximately the same size as the other ones. Press X, delete the faces. And let's see, I believe that right over here, this one is slightly thinner. Ever so slightly, nothing too crazy. Just something like this. And then running throughout all of this, there is a small little plane type thing, the way I see it. So I'm simply going to select this line that we had already created before, the circle. And I'm simply going to press E and Z. Bring this down, like so. And this one, E and Y, until it is connected. The clipping will take care of the rest, or so it seems. What we can do is Alt-E, faces along normals, and bring this outside ever so slightly. Perhaps select these 2 lines and give it a small bevel weight in order to make that a little bit better. Same for the bottom side, of course. There you go. I actually want to add loop cuts to all of these and bring it up. But I'm kind of thinking, isn't there a better way in order to improve this? It also has some thickness, all of these. So I'm kind of thinking like, can we just do this and call it a day? I think we can. I think we can get away with it. The chance that you'll see anything that is open in the back is basically 0. Let's see. Now the only question I have is, are we going to place these loop cuts like this all the way up for all of these? I mean, perhaps we are. It's not that much work. Let's just do it like so. And then it's going to be a bit more square. The same is true for the bottom side. And what I'm noticing is that here we do have a sloping angle. So for this one as well, dissolve these edges. Yeah, so it's kind of sloping for this one. Let's take this, let's make it more square. Let's make it more square. And let's make it more square. And this seems to be the correct. Now it has come to my attention that this part right here we extruded is actually way more flat like this, but also going out more like this. G and X, let's just bring it back until it all fits again. Like this. Very good. So now let's start with the camera. We're going to select this part. Let's make sure to take this edge and this edge, cursor to selected. We're going to bring in a mesh circle. Mesh circle, come on guys. I think that might be a safe option, but honestly I think 16 is enough. Just going to do S, scale this down, RX 90. And I basically want to make sure that this fits in there perfectly, almost perfectly. And I'm going to bring it right over there, just until it is starting to enter through the mesh. I'm going to edit mode, E and Y. E and S, like this. E and Y, and we're going to scale that down ever so slightly, so not too much. It's basically nothing. I'm going to press E and Y because there's another part right there. And this is the part where things are going to be connected to. I'm going to select this line, Control B, scroll all the way down. So we only get 2, Alt E, extrude these faces along normals. Give it a subdivision, by the way, because we always want to work with a subdivision. And for this one, as odd as it may seem, I'm going to select this, select, checker, deselect. And I will press Alt E and bring this out ever so slightly. We don't want things going through the mesh, so Alt S and bring it back a little bit, just like this. And we get one more over here. I'm simply going to select it, Control plus E and Y, and bring it back myself. We kind of want to make sure that this is filled up in such a fashion. So take these, press Alt E. I'm not going to care too much about the topology here, guys. I'm just going to bring this back to have it make a bit more sense. So something like this. And this one can be brought up. I don't care about the topology here, by the way, because you are not going to notice anything. You're not going to notice anything right here, unless it's coming through, which you don't want. So that's basically it. For this one, we can also do a similar thing. Let's just bring that out there. And as odd as that may seem, this is going to make sure that whenever we have a weird angle here, and even though the camera is in front of it and all of that stuff, it might look a little bit better and filled up. That's the reason for doing this. Let's give it a mirror modifier. Mirror. And let's click on the original object. Make sure it's on the Y. So now it looks like this. And I think the best case scenario here would be to create the camera and then connect it together with all of this. So let's bring in a new reference image. And there it is. I'm going to bring in a mesh circle. 16 is enough. I'm going to bring it right over there, scale it down, G and Z, and let's make sure that this is a bit more straight from this vision. So let's bring this down, let's scale this up, and let's make sure that it kind of fits here on this square. Click on one. Let's select all of this that's not supposed to be a part of it. I might even change the shape here. So I'm going to take both of these and G and X, and now we have a slightly different curvature. And if we add a subdivision surface, it's going to look fine and dandy. Now I want to get this over to the other side. In order to do that, Shift S, cursor to selected. Let's add a plane here, and the plane can be brought down. I'm going to make sure that the plane is the exact size of this camera shape. So G and Y, let's bring this right over there. G and Y, let's bring this right over there. And fitting within this should be the absolute middle. And we're going to do the same for the other side. Now I'm going to take all of these and delete those vertices. We have this line, that's great. And I will basically just take a new vertex, duplicate it, G and X, G and Y, bring it right over there. And EX, bring it all the way to the other side. And add a loop cut as well right here. So now we can take these ones, G and X. Let's have a look here. And it's exactly on this line where there's a little dot. This one. And that means that we have now found the exact middle. Because we've placed it on the exact middle of the width. We got the exact middle of the height. So it is right over here. This is where our 3D cursor is supposed to be. So I'm going to take this object set origin to 3D cursor. Then I will take our circle, go ahead and add a mirror modifier, click on our object, that plane, and it will bring it over to the other side, and it's going to fit perfectly because we are smart. E and X, and let's turn clipping on. Let's make sure it's completely in the middle. E and Y, let's do the same thing. Actually, is it possible to do this? Yes, it is. So E and Y, and let's make sure it connects here. Let's have a look at all of the topology. I think we need 2 more loop cuts right over there. I'm going to add it. I'm just going to add the loop cut, and I will place the mirror on top of the subdivision, and let's just apply this. Okay. So what do we have? Let's have a look at the statistics. 36, that's great, because now we can use a grid fill in order to fill it up, and it immediately looks quite good. And then I will select all of this, press I, bring it inside like this, and remove those faces. And now I'm basically just going to build this one from scratch and connect it to this interior, which has 32 edges. So we need to make sure that we follow that same line. Now there's 2 ways to do this. I think this one is already following the line quite well. So if I just Shift D, P, separate the selection, then we already have an area that is pretty well accommodated. Let's select the entire left half and remove that, and then make sure to add a mirror. And naturally it's not going to align right here because we need to find a new middle point. Now I'm just going to do it by eye for now, because then object set origin to 3D cursor. There you go. I might just place this slightly to the side. Origin to 3D cursor, there you go. I don't know what it is. Sometimes for me, I just want to be very meticulous, and at other times I'm just like, let's just place a 3D cursor right there, who cares? E and X. And now we should have this entire area completely as is. I'm going to scale that down ever so slightly, meaning that I'm not following the reference completely anymore, but don't care. Let's bring this up, apply the mirror. Let's bring these 2 together. Let's select this, and let's count actually how many edges we have, because I kind of forgot. 30. 30, okay, so that's not good. 31, 32, and there you go. Solve the problem. Go right here, bridge edge loops, mess everything up, go back, go to loop tools, bridge, mess it up less, and add less segments. Let's see if this is working out for us. The topology is all right. It is not destructive, at least. It's not beautiful, but it's working. I think that's the most important part. And since this entire area is still flat, we can get away with it. And that's why I'm going to accept this for now. What if we just fill this up with a grid fill? Take all of this, E and Z, like so. And we are getting some weird shapes, but nothing that's unfixable. I'm going to add a new modifier. It's going to be a bevel, bring it on top, set it to weight, and increase the weight to 0.1 or whatever. Floats your boat. Let's bring this up. Let's do the same for this one. There you go. That's pretty clean looking. And it's also way too much. So S and Z, let's scale this down. And to be honest, I think we can actually just remove the bottom side because it's flowing over into something else. So we definitely don't need that geometry. I'm going to select this, X, delete the faces. Actually, it should have worked from outwards to inwards. Now we have all of those weird problems. Let's just select this and delete those faces as well. I'm going to select this entire outer loop, E and S. And let's bring this outside. S and Y, let's make sure it's following that shape as well. Quite a little bit like so. And now we're going to bring it outside in such a way, so E and Z. And it's going to slightly move out like this. I'm going to press I, S, and scale this all the way until over here. Then I'm going to bring it down, G and Z. And now it needs some loop cuts. So let's see, something that fits the bill. This seems to work. So that's, I'm not sure, 7 number of cuts. So I'm going to select those alternatingly. Press I. And press Alt E. Alt E, extrude faces along normals. And I'm going to bring this inside. Then I will select all of these. Press I, move it down. And let's bring these with Alt E inside. That's right, something like this. And there you go, now we have that shape. Looks pretty cool. Let's continue in our process. This should actually be turned into a circle. Maybe Loop Tools is going to allow us to do it very simply, and that is the case. I mean, it's a bit more intricate than what we're showing here. So E, I, click, and S, right over there. Then let's press E, let's bring it down a little bit. Press I, bring it inside, E, bring it up a little bit on the Z axis, like so. Let's get it inwards just a little bit. There you go. That's supposed to be the shape. Perhaps behind this there's still some sort of glass material, but that's completely fine. We're going to select this area because I'm not quite sure if this is correct. I think it should be coming out of this entire part just a little bit more. So I'm going to press E. I'm going to select these lines and give it a mean bevel weight. So it's a bit more straight like that. All right, so let's select this entire line. Let's delete these vertices. I'm going to duplicate it, place it into a backup. Let's select this and let's make sure that this is going E and Z. Let's bring it up ever so slightly. E and S. Let's bring it out ever so slightly. And then E and Z. Let's bring it down and scale it up a little bit, like so. Let's click on 7. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Now we got that line. If you want that more circular, just G and Z this, bring it up here. Now it's a bit more circular. All right, so let's continue working on this camera. I'm going to select this and let's have a look here. I think the best thing to do is to simply press E and Z. Now scale this up a little bit because it's moving out in the same direction as this one. So make sure that the curve is following along. And then we need to select this part all the way until that part. And we'll do the same for this area over there. And we're simply going to press E and Z again, like this. I think this is all right. I think it can be going up slightly more. I'm going to bring this down a little bit so I can see what we're doing. I'm actually just going to select these two, Shift S, cursor to selected. Then select all of these lines, then press this button to go and have the pivot point be the 3D cursor. S, Shift Y, and I'm going to bring this inwards just a little bit. And I'm also going to press G and Z and bring this up a little bit, like so. Very good. Now we don't need those harsh bevels on here, so I'm simply going to remove all of that. Now on the side here, I noticed that there's a pattern, and I'm going to add a couple of loop cuts like this one as well, just 2 of them. And in order to make that shape, let's have a look here. It's kind of like a circle, so I'm going to select all of this. I'm also going to select all of this. And make sure to do the same on the other side. So where are we? We are at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So this part. Do the same over here. Loop tools, relax. There you go. It shouldn't be 10, it's probably 3 is going to be enough. Maybe even 1. Yeah, I'm just going to do 3. Then we're going to select this area and this area, loop tools, and flatten. I will flatten that out. I will actually just select this entire loop here. And do the same over here. And we're going to press Shift E and make that a tad bit harsher, like so. And that's part of this mesh. There's a part, like right over here. I think this can actually just be removed. I think that's the case. I'm going to do the same on the other side. So let's select this and remove it. And now we have this shape. Pretty cool. We already got that line in there. Kind of wondering about this part. Perhaps we can reimagine this with a bevel instead of a crease. Let's have a look. Let's turn the crease off. Let's do the bevel. I think that's slightly better, actually. So I'm going to do that and do the same for the other side, of course. And there you go. Turn off the crease, bring in the bevel. All right, so now let's create the interior part of this. So we've already created the outside shape. Now we need the shape that goes inside of this. So let's simply select all the loops there are. So all the way over here, like this. Select it all. Just like so. Shift D, P, separate the selection. Then we're going to select it. And now we need to do some manual cleanup before we can continue. Now you might be tempted to say, oh, let's just do E and Z, but then you will get these harsh lines here. So we need to patch this up in a different manner. I'm going to select this vertex and this one. I'm going to press F and I'm going to count these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this. Now I'll select all of this, make sure to go all the way around it and grid fill this up. So now we have a grid fill. It is still following the exact same pattern, but later on it's going to be a lot easier to work with this than in other cases. So I'm going to do the same for this other side. So press F, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's select this entire line. There you go all the way around it, grid fill, and that's great. The best part would probably be to add another F here. GG this, and then select this entire inner loop. So select this, this, and this, and press grid fill. And then yes, we do have a problem right over there. But if we were to, let's say, ESZ this, then this is going to align automatically. And for this part, there is something else that we need to do. But for now, I'm just going to keep it filled up like this. And I will do that for all the sides. So press F, GG, move it a little bit on the side to align it with the bottom vertex. Select all of this, grid fill. Do the same right there. Control R, GG. And make sure it's somewhat aligning. Grid fill. GG. Select all of this, press grid fill. Now let's select the entire outer loop. This one, that one, and this one. All right, so now we have everything, E and Z. Let's bring this up. Something like this. I believe everything here is connected well enough. So let's select this. Let's turn off the bevel weight for now. Shade this smooth. And yes, we have this area right here. I'm certain that we will be able to patch this up in some way later on. Let's see how many edges we have. It's 36. That's great. Shift S, cursor to selected. Let's add a mesh circle with 36 vertices. Let's scale that down so it fits in there. Let's bring it up ever so slightly. Let's connect it to the main machine. Have both of these selected and bridge these edge loops. And there you go. This one, I don't know, it's kind of sliding over, so I don't think there's a very big problem here. We're going to add some loop cuts to turn all of these into squares, just like this one. And then we can select this line, GG, bring it slightly more inside, so we have that sloping angle going on here. Then I will select this, press E and Z, S, scale it inside just a little bit. And from this point onward, it's going to be a different mesh. Shift D, P, separate the selection, go back in the original, select the loop, and let's simply press F, click and I. And now press I to make that a tad bit harsher. Or actually, just keep the loop selected and give it a mean bevel weight like this. Now we have this other line, and from here on we are going to create another circle. So let's select this E and Z, let's bring this up. And that's going to be a solid base. E and S, let's bring it inside. E, Z, let's bring it up. E and S, let's bring it outside. E, Z, bring it right over there. And this one can have a bit of a chamfer sloping angle type effect. For now, let's select these loops. Let's give it a mean bevel weight. So that should be quite strong. And we can work on this one again. Very good. There are a bunch of random lines here that don't really mean anything. We're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those, I believe. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's quite perfect. We're going to start from over here. And it's going all the way until the end. So like this. So let's just select these. And then I will press I. Bring it inside. SX on individual origins. So all of these can be made a tad bit smaller. I'm going to do the same for these. So select all of this. First press I. Let's bring it inside a little bit. SXX. Let's bring it a little bit closer to each other so they have the approximate same size. All of those. Then click on 3, select all of these that we just created before. Alt E and extrude the faces along normals like this. I think I did something wrong. Alt E. Let's bring it outside just a little bit like so. Now all of these edges on the sides should be pretty harsh. If we give that a mean bevel weight like this, then it's going to look something approximating this this vision. Let's have a look at this one and select all of these. There you go. And now it all has its own little bevel. From over here to over here, over there to over there, over there to over there. Press I. Bring it inside as an X. Let's make it a tad bit smaller. Let's do the same for these. There you go. Press I. Press I. Let's bring it inside as XX. And let's make it a tad bit smaller. Then we're going to select the leftovers. This one, and this one. All the extrude faces along normals like this. Select all of these lines. Just give it a small bevel here. There you go. Very good. So now we have it on the bottom and on the top, and that looks pretty cool. That is the camera. We have, of course, this area here, which is still not completely filled up. So the way I'm thinking about this is, what if we just select this entire bottom loop again, and we just do E and S, fill it up. And now we have the opportunity here, I believe, to add a bevel that is going to connect all of this up. That's my idea about this. I think that is correct. So once again, let's select all of these. Make sure to get everything here. I simply pressed F to fill it up, by the way, just so you know. So it's a giant angon on the inside. We don't actually need a topology. We just need to be able to add the bevel. And we cannot do that if there's no geometry. There you go. So now let's increase the bevel weight like this. And for some reason, it's not solving our problem here. But if we add a loop cut, we're going to get this harsh line. So let's just add a loop cut right over there. And I'm going to roll with this. I think that is good enough. So let's add a loop cut. And for this side as well. So that's basically it for the camera, I believe. Let's go into this one. Let's also select the edge of the curve here. Give it a small bevel so it's a bit more straight. Like this. that this part can be brought inwards just a little bit more. And let's select all of this somewhere over here. Doesn't need to be completely perfect, but of course it's always good if it is. I'm going to delete those vertices. As a matter of fact, for now, I'm also going to select this line and Control plus so we can remove that chamfer that we created earlier. I'm going to grab both of this. Honestly, let's go back here. Control minus, should be one less. Same stuff. Select this, Control plus, minus. Faces, we get this part. Make sure that we are in edge select mode. Control 7 or whatever, where are we? Where are we? Like right over here, okay. E and Y, let's bring this out. And it's kind of just a square, to be fair. Let's see, how far does that stretch along? Quite a bit actually. Press F in order to create a fill for this. This is actually moving outside just a little bit, so G and C, something like this. And that should also be the case for right over here. And that should also be the case for these ones right over here. So G and Z, it is already starting to move right there. So let's take this. And this should be rather flat right here again. So I think the best move right now would be to take this, E and S, let's bring this inside, G and C, let's give it this slight chamfer. And in general, we want things to have a similar amount of faces. So I'm going to add a couple of those right here. I don't know how many there were, 8. We're going to do 8 over here as well. And we need a couple over here as well. Something like this. If I want to fill this up, I can simply do a grid fill. And now immediately we have this part. And there you go, shaded smooth. I feel like this entire area should be going down a little bit more. I guess we went a bit overboard. So G and Z, it's not that extreme. It's really not that extreme. Let's actually select all of this until right over there. R and X it a little bit, so it becomes a bit more, yeah, what do you call it? Diagonal. Something like this, and that should do the trick. So now we have that chamfered area, it's going over into this part, which is great. We have all the lines here that justify it. We can add a bevel weight if we like, and that is immediately going to clean things up a little bit as well. We might have to do the same on the inside, so let's select this, and let's give this a small bevel weight, just like this. That's going to be completely fine here. Cool. If I had to take this and bevel it like so, it looks like this. But of course, we're going to get a lot of weird issues if we do that. So what I'm going to do is click on 3 and just simply bring it over there so we can fake this angle going down a little bit more. Not entirely sure what's going on here, so I'm simply going to remove that and place it on point 1. That should solve that problem. All right, and now from this point onwards, there is an area, and I'm just simply going to select this, E and Y, bring it outside, and I'm not sure why we get this weird topology. I am sure it's because of the bevel, so let's remove that. We probably have a similar problem over here, or maybe the problem is that right here there is no bevel. So let's delete this face and this face. Let's delete those right over there. I'm going to do something similar right over here. Then I'll add a loop cut on this area. Connect this up, and then we have a pretty cool looking square right there. That should fix things up. Going to do the same right over here. And then in theory, we want one more to go from over here. So let's take this one and this one, E and Z. Let's bring it down. It should be in the same line as this. And yes, we can be very meticulous with this. Let's just add a 3D cursor right over there. Set the pivot point to 3D cursor as the 0, and now it's completely perfect. Very good. We're going to fill this up. We're going to fill this up, and now we have a similar problem right over here. So let's just do that. We're going to select this, and we're going to select that. E, S, Z, 0. It's going to bring it down exactly to the same space as before, and I'm going to fill it up with these. Press F, and let's see if we now select this edge right here. Press press F. And then finally, we're going to end this with a triangle. So like this. And this one can just simply be a square. Now, in order to solve the problem that it's not following along anymore, all we have to do is simply select this edge, Shift S, cursor to selected. Let's select this inside face, and let's rotate this until it is visible again. So somewhere right over there. Okay, so now it's smoothing over into this area a little bit better than what we had before. Let's do the same over here. Nope, don't care about the triangle. As long as it works, it's fine. Okay, going to place it right over there, and then Shift S, cursor to selected. Select this one, RX, and bring it over there until it is visible again, like right over there. There you go. What we can do is click Ctrl plus, take all of these, select this, loop tools, flatten. And now everything should be completely flat again with the same sort of structure. So the same over here, Ctrl plus, select this, deselect that, this one, loop tools, flatten, and that should straighten things out just perfectly. I think we need to select the bottom edges and just G and Y this a little bit. As a matter of fact, I think all of these can be moved just a little bit more. Let's just select this. And we got an extra loop cut over there, that's right. I'm going to bring this outwards just a little bit. Let's see, we can delete this. It's going to make it a bit more straight. Perhaps we can take this and extrude this on the Y-axis just a little bit more and delete this. Okay, and this should actually have been filled up, like so. There you go. Okay, so right here, there's another circle, and that is going to be attached right there to our other parts that we have right here. I'm going into this one. I will select this circle right here, Shift D, P, separate the selection. Now we have this circle. So object, set origin to geometry, and I'm going to select this part right here, Shift S, cursor to selected, and I will shift, and then I will select this circle, Shift S, selection to cursor. And now it is right over there. Cool. I think in general, let's turn off the mirror. We should probably be able to scale this up very far with G and C. I think it's about the size. Let me have a good look here. A little bit like this, something right over here. It's not too big, it's not too small. It's just somewhere in between there. So let me E and Y this, so that we actually have a circle. Scale this up a little bit, let's bring it up. So let's combine these. We can remove this, delete those faces, and this should be connected to that. But we need some extra space here, because if we align this, 1, 2, 3, 4 are supposed to fit inside there. So let's do it like this. Press F and FFF, like so. Shift N, recalculate normals. Let's do the same right over here. It should be similar. There you go. So now that is connected. And now the problem we have is that this should be placed way further down. So I'm going to select all of this, G and Y, and let's just place it right over here, so that when this is rotating on the Z axis, let me just place the 3D cursor right there for now, it should come close to it. So let's bring it right over there. And let's select this, R and Z. Yeah, something like this, almost there. Select all of this, G and Y, maybe slightly more, R and Z. Yeah, so now it's barely touching it. This is the correct shape. So now it is possible to rotate this without it intersecting with that line. And it seems to me like that is the case. This also still looks pretty good, so we're fine. Now, once again, things should be filled up. How I want to do it is simply by connecting this. We press F, and if we now select this entire loop and grid fill this, and it's not going to work out, and that probably means that we have uneven edges. That is the case. So let's add an extra loop cut here. Let's just select it like this. And there you go. Grid fill. That is completely fine. So now we have this other area with this part connected as well, and grid fill. And there you go. That should patch things up. We might want to select these edges surrounding it, as well as this one. Give it a small bevel weight. There you go. So now we have this part where it's supposed to be connected on, but this is still open. So let's first patch this up. We have this part, press F. Let's see if I follow this around, if that will work out. I think we need one more loop cut right over here. So let's just select this and then select it all like this, grid fill. Now that is filled up. I think it's a little bit too thick. So I'm going to select all of this, delete those faces. Might as well do it for this one. Let's just connect these up. Let's add a loop cut in this bad boy. Press F and press F. And now if we select this and grid fill it, that should be done. Now I'm not entirely sure why we get this weird sloping line right over there. I think we just need to reapply this bevel. And that is the case. Okay. Now this one should be moving all the way until the end. So in theory, if we just grab all of this, E and Y, let's bring it right over there. G and Z, let's bring it down. And it should auto merge by itself. I guess we got that done. And now the question is, how can we fill this up? Let's see if we press F. Let's see, if I just simply take these and press F and then add however many loop cuts I need. So right over here there's one that should be connected. Then right over here we have 3. And right over here we have 3. I'm just going to select this, grid fill it. And these are now not connected, right? It's a bit of an odd shape, but we're not getting shading issues except for over here. I'm just going to give it a bevel right now, and I'm just going to leave it like this because you're not going to notice this at all. So let's select this, and let's select this line and this line. And perhaps we can also add some bevel weights to it, except for these two. Yeah, there you go. What I'm going to do now is simply select all of this. Shift S cursor to select it. I'm going to bring in a circle, and yeah, I'm just going to bring in a circle. RX90, scale it down, and that aligns quite all right actually. Just a bit of manual cleanup here. Press 1, E and Y. This is simply all there is to it, the way I see it. Right now, if we press E and Y once again, and it seems like it's going outside just a little bit, and then E and Y once again. And it seems like this is going inside a little bit. This can be filled up. I don't think we need anything else here. I'm just going to press F and increase the mean bevel width for that one. Let's Control J this. Now it's all part of the same thing. Not sure why we are getting this odd looking shape. I'm just going to crease it for now. It's actually starting from over here, this weird little area. Just going to GG this a little bit. And right in here, I'm also going to press F and press I. Just fill this in a little bit. Select the loops, give it a mean bevel width, and that should make everything straight again. Press L to make sure that this is aligning a bit more proper, like so. And that should conclude that area. It all needs a bit less space, to be honest. So it's a bit more like this. This one as well. So let's just select this. G and Y. Let's bring this inside a little bit. And this one as well. G and Y. It's a bit thinner than I initially expected. This one can be going outwards just a little bit more. G and Y. And why is that? Well, that is because there is an entire area in this one, so press I and delete it, where this part, once again, is going into, so press I, and let's give it this shape. So it's going inside of this. I'm just going to bring it real far in there. So that's why this back part is here, like starting from over here. It's a separate part from this part where everything is supposed to be connected to. So I'm going to take this, GG, and make sure that these two parts are approximately the same size. That's kind of what I'm going for here. So something like this. That should work out fine. Now, of course, there may be some sort of thickness in this. So I'm just simply going to give this a little bit of topology all the way up here, like so, until I cannot go any farther, like right over there, and grid fill it. Okay, so now it is also closed off. Let's make sure to get this, increase the bevel width, and that looks fine and dandy. Perhaps we can also S and Y this a little bit more, G and Y, just make it slightly thinner and all. Yeah, that's a little bit better. And there you go. Now we've got that part. All right, so if we click on 3, Alt C, we can see that all of this is actually slightly too large. So I'm going to Control plus this and plus this down like so. G and Y, let's bring it closer together and make sure that we're following the reference a little bit nicer. So it's even smaller than this. I think we're getting quite close right now. So this seems a lot more proportional as well as compared to what we had before. Naturally, we can also add an extra loop cut right here in order to space that out. We have some ugly things going on here. We can add some more loop cuts. For now, what I'm going to do is quite simple actually. I'm going to take this and duplicate it over to this side. I'm going to take this model that we just created, the entire camera model, which is all of this, RZ90, and let's have a look here. We're going to scale that down because it's supposed to be a whole lot smaller. Scale it down and let's just bring it right over there, G and Y 7, and just make sure that all of this is in the middle. Scale it up and see if we can get the proportions right. Now the way I see it is that the entire camera is approximately, let's see if that is correct. Let me just, 2/3. So this entire part here. So this entire part here is 2/3 of this place. Very cool story. So let's increase this. R and X. I think we're getting closer, we're not there yet. It can still be a tad bit larger. And make sure that it's in the middle. R and Y, something like this. G and Z, and let's move it like so. And now this is supposed to be connected to that, and as soon as we bring all of this back completely towards this side, then everything will work out fine. Now for now, I'm just going to separate this selection so it's loose from this part. And we have to connect this up. Now the way we're going to do it, let me select all of this first, G and X, is quite straightforward. This camera should be moving on the 90-degree axis, G and X. Let's bring it right over there. G and X, like this. And let's see, what are we doing here? G and C. This is lower. So it is approximately over here, G and X, bring it right over there. The way I see it is that for this part, we have an area here. And let's just simply take all of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's great. We're going to press E and Y, SY0. Let's make this straight. And bring it over here. Then E and Y, let's bring it over there. G and Z. RX minus RX 90. I think things will become better as soon as we add our bevel weights here. Yeah, that is the case. All of this can be removed, so we only have this open area. All right, so I'm not entirely sure where we left off together. I now have this part because something went terribly wrong. The mesh was completely broken, and the reason why that occurred was because I had auto merge turned on, and by some accident things really got messed up. The entire model kind of didn't function anymore, so I had to rebuild this from scratch. I'm going to have a look here at the amount of edges we have on this specific part. If you don't have this, you can delete anything up until right here. Then I'm going to add a mesh circle with 32 vertices and scale this down. And I want to make sure that this is the approximate same size as the thing that we had before. So I guess that's right over here. This is what we had before, and this didn't work out. So I'm going to take this RX90, scale this up, G and Z, let's bring it right over here. And let's make sure that it's somewhat the same size. It's not going to be completely perfect. So something like this should probably do the trick. So I'm going to keep that right here. G and Y, let's click on 3. And we kind of want to make sure that just like this part, we can scale it up a little bit as well, just to fill that up. It is starting at the edge here that is going over it. So something like this. I will go into edit mode, press E and Y, and let's bring this to the other side, like right over there. Just make sure that we have enough space. I'm going to add 2 loop cuts, like this. And then we might want to take this entire area. I think this should be enough, not entirely sure. I'm just going to press I and bring this inside. Let's delete those. It should end up at 22 immediately, and that is the case. I will connect this one to this one, Control J. That should automatically mirror it over to the other side because I turned this into a mirror. If you do not have the mirror, because I kind of messed things up, I'm going to explain exactly how to get it to the other side as well. So don't worry if you feel like you're missing steps now. Bridge edge loops, and this should make sure that everything is connected here. That already looks a lot better. We're going to fill this entire area up with a grid fill and just change the span until it is straight like this. Let's do the same for the other side. Let's add a grid fill, and there you go. So now that's filled up. We basically have the same situation as before, but now we have a pretty good fix for this. So what I will do is simply select this entire loop that's going around here, turn on auto merge, GG, and have it merge straight into that area. Now we have some weird pinching going on here, so we're going to take this one and that one as well, and that should solve that problem. If you still have issues, it's probably the normals. So Shift N and make sure that the normals are fixed. Then I'm going to take the exact opposite side as well, do the same thing right over there, and make sure that these ones are also merged onto each other. So now it's flowing over into the circle a whole lot better, but as you can see, it is not completely perfect yet. I will turn off auto merge because I don't want to make the same mistakes over and over again. I like to think that I'm not stupid. So right here, I'm going to increase the bevel weight, make it like this, give this one a bevel weight as well. And now we're starting to get to a point where I'm like, yeah, okay, things are moving in the right direction. So let's click on 3. We have the issue that this one is slightly broader than the rest. So if you want to fix that, just simply select all of this, Control++, and plus, and this one should be correct. So let's click on 3, and let's just slightly S and Y this until it becomes a bit more flat. Now, of course, there's more that we can do. We have this entire area that we can select and make sure that Loop Tools Flatten is enabled, and that will make it flat. I will do the same on the other side. Loop Tools Flatten, that should flatten it out. We can also select these right over here and on the other side as well, and do Loop Tools Flatten. There you go. Now everything should now be flat. It seems to me as if there is some odd thing going on here where this should actually be even more flat in order to have this line be a bit more logical instead of going outside. So just simply scale that down. And what we're going to do then is select this line right here, Shift S cursor to selected. Make sure to select all of this, including the grid, and set the pivot point to 3D cursor, and then S, Y, 0. So that should make it completely flat on that side. We're basically going to do the exact same thing on the other side. So over here and over here, Shift S cursor to selected. then select all of these areas, including this one. Shift, Control, click, by the way. Let's click on dash so the other thing is not in the way. Let's take this SX, SY, 0. So now this should make a lot more sense. And now before we change anything else, I'm going to select this entire loop, that entire loop, this loop, and that loop as well. And make sure that everything is selected here. This one, that one. Not sure what's going on there. So let's deselect that and let's select this. Okay, let's give it a small bevel weight. And as you can see, that should solve our problem. Now, what might still be the case is that we have some loops over here. So it's definitely not this one, it's the other one, this one. And it's kind of overlapping with the other side. I'm not sure what occurred, what made this occur, but we can simply bring this closer together so that these lines are a bit more straight again. And now we have finished the problem here where things are not moving along nicely. Now, if you have only this part instead of the mirrored side, which I can understand because I created this quickly by myself, which is not that hard, by the way. If you were to simply Shift S cursor to select it, we used a mesh. We used a mesh circle with 36, I believe. So 36 like this. You scale it down over the mesh that you already have, and you simply just follow the reference. So E and Z, just like this. E, Z. I think we scaled it inwards just a little bit. E and Z. Scale it inward, something like that. And then you can remove this entire half here. X faces, add a mirror modifier. And I'm going through this quite quickly, but just to show you how I did it, how I recreated it quite fast. So then we have this, that is correct. We can add 2 more loop cuts here, I believe. And then take all of this, like so, like this, and then you should have 15 faces selected. You can press I with B and make it something like this, delete those faces, and then you have a similar shape as I do. So that's the way I did it, and then I simply extrude it once again from this area. So that's the way I did it. But if you don't have this, so let's say you only have this part, so to speak, what you can do is place the 3D cursor exactly in the middle by selecting whatever you had here. I think it might be something like that. Just set this up so it's a similar situation to yours. Let's delete those faces. Now you wouldn't have this part right here, grid fill. You probably have something that looks like this, approximately. And then we're going over to the other side. 7, Alt C, 3, select all of this. So select this part right here. Set the pivot point to 3D cursor, Shift D, click SY -1. That should make it to the other side. Then this has 22 edges, and then you simply need to make sure that you have 22 to go into right here. Probably 9 or something, maybe even 10. Not even sure. I'm not completely sure here. Let's just give it an I. 22, 22. Bridge edge loops, and then it should be connected to the other side as well. So if that is your situation, that's also how to fix that part. Okay, I'm going back to my original one. Let's go over here, let's apply the mirror, and now everything is its own mesh, as you can see. Let's select this area and grid fill this. That seems fine to me. Let's see, is that really the case? We could select this entire edge here. Give it a small bevel weight, make it look a little bit nicer. There you go, and do the same for the bottom side. So just select this loop, grid fill. Perhaps it can be a bit more straight. There you go, 10/8. That looks fine. And then we can select this entire loop surrounding it, like so. And give it a small bevel weight, and then everything should be perfectly fine. Cool, so now that we got this, let's go back here. So let's go right over there, let's select everything that's part of this. G and X, and let's bring it backwards. G and X, and make sure that these parts align perfectly. And it does, but this part can now be deleted. So let's delete that face. And we should take this area. And, well, in theory, we didn't have to apply the mirror. We could have also made it a part of it. It's no problem. We're just going to take this one Select this, E and Y, and let's scale this down on the median point, like right over there, E and Y, and let's have it be connected, so to speak. So something like this should probably do the trick. Shift N to recalculate the normals. And on the inside here, I also want to add a grid fill. Let's make sure it's straight. Select the entire outer loop. And give it a mean bevel weight. There you go. Now this one has some sort of odd bevel weight, so let's remove that, but then it's creating a new problem. Same on this side, by the way. Select this, let's remove the bevel weight, and now we get a new problem. So I'm going to select the entire bottom half, SC0, didn't solve the problem. Loop tools, flatten, didn't solve the problem. So what is the problem actually? So let's have a look here. So let's select the bottom side here and add a mean bevel weight. So what I got selected is this part. And I added a bevel weight, and now that should also be completely fine. So let's have a look at this. Yeah, it's starting to look pretty cool. We now got the camera in there. The drone is really coming to life here. Pretty interesting looking model. All right, so now let's make the legs for the drone. And it's actually not that complicated, but it's also not easy. So let's continue straight away. First of all, I'm going to select this entire loop. Shift D, P, separate the selection. Now we have this. I'm technically just going to bring it inside a little bit, so something like this, and scale it down. Make sure that the origin point is set to the geometry. So we're going to bring that down, and let's turn the mirror modifier off for now, right over there. And scale it. And let's see, we also have this connection that's missing, so let's press F there. For now, it is not reaching the entire end of this. So G and X, then select this, G and X. And I think it's a shape that looks like this. So let's bring this outside with E and Y, something like this, all the way until, yeah, this part. And rotate it on the Z axis, G and Y. Let's bring it over there, E and Y, R and Z. And I want this to be a bit more flat, so SY is 0. And I also want to have this be a bit more straightened out. So loop tools, relax. That should make it slightly circular. And that's a lot better right here. So I'm going to rotate this a little bit because there is some type of sloping angle. And we should also scale this inside a little bit, because it has this circular type form. Then we're going to press E again, E and Y in this case, and ever so slightly move it over, RZ0, scale it a little bit until it is becoming a bit more circular like this. So it's kind of moving around here. And then E, Y. Shouldn't go too far out here, so I think somewhere over here is the sweet spot, RZ, and technically this should now flow over into some type of square. So how can we do that? Well, I'm simply going to select these, SE0. I'm going to select these as X0. Then I will do the same for this side, SX0. And make sure that this part here is SC0 as well. Let's bring it up. Let's take these lines right here. And let's scale them inside a little bit, just like this. And then we have something that looks a bit more, let's click on 1. And let's bring that one over here as well. And then we have something that looks a bit more like a square. And that means that we can now drag this out and turn it into the arm. So if we just take this, E and Y, how far should it go? That's a good question. So let's bring in our top view reference. So right over here we have our top view. I'm going to click on the mesh, select this entire part, and make sure that it's going all the way over here, and rotate it a little bit as well. Something like this. And bring it right over there. Now I also see that this side has a slightly different approach. So I'm going to select this, press O for proportional editing, and just bring it out here a little bit. And I know that may seem odd, but in theory, this should work out fine. I'm going to remove all the bevel weights that are on this, shade it smooth, and then we have a line here that seems pretty harsh, this one. So let's bring that out just a little bit, and let's scale this up a little bit, just so everything flows over a bit more nicely, because we are getting some shading issues here. And the reason for it is quite unclear. It seems to me that we can move this out just a little bit further, like so. Very good. I'm also going to take these, enable proportional editing, just bring this up ever so slightly right over there. And I'll do the same for these lines and have them go out like so. Same for these lines, and have these move out a little bit like this. Pretty hacky method. This is not, so to speak, the proper topology method, but it's working out. So I'm always like, if it just works, I mean, this looks like the part, right? Then it's just fine. There is a flat part on each of these, so loop tools flatten. That's going to make this a bit more straight. We actually do have this type of shading going on, and that's great. On the top, it is moving exactly as we expect it to. Then for this part, we have a very similar type of flatness. So I'm going to flatten this out as well. That looks very correct. The part here that is not completely correct is that this should be moving up a little bit. So I'm going to take it and move that up. Then I will take this line all the way until this line and loop tools relax. That's going to give it this angle right here. It's just one loop tools relax function here. Do the same for this part and loop tools relax. And now we should have it going slightly upwards like this. And that looks pretty good. Now the way I see it actually is that there are some shading issues, not in our model, but in the actual reference. So I'm just going to bring this down a little bit in order to follow that shape a bit better. There you go. On this side, it's coming down, something like this. Just do it like so. And it's rather flat on this part. Just a little bit like so. But that's great. We now have the actual shape of this arm, and it should transition into a circle. I'm going to add a circle, mesh circle, scale this down. It has 32 faces, by the way. So let's go right over here, 7, and let's make sure that it is the correct size. Something like this should do the trick. And then I'm going to bring it over there, like so. Okay, this part should be filled up with a grid fill, something like this. I think that's going to do the trick for us. Let's connect the circle to this mesh. Let's select the circle with L. Let's bring this down a little bit without proportional editing. Something like this. It's also going down, but I think I'm going to do that later on because we don't have any geometry here. So then when we have the circle connected, we can simply select all of this and bring it down. I think that is going to work out. And if not, we can always rotate it towards that side. We'll see, we'll see. Maybe I'm messing things up now, maybe I'm not, we'll see. L, let's press E and Z, let's bring this up until it is completely near the top edge of this as well. Something like this. And I'm going to add a couple of loop cuts. I think maybe 2. I think 2 is the safer option here, just in case. And then we'll take this all the way until that area, right over there. I think we're going to have too much. So let me press I on this. And let's see, we have 24. That's definitely way too much. I'm going to swap this circle out with another one. And the way I'm going to do it is simply by adding a cursor to selected right there. Press L. And then mesh circle, and this one will be 16. I think that's going to be better. So let's scale that down, bring it right over there. In edit mode, press E and Z to bring it down here. Let's add 2 loop cuts. And then the other one can be removed. So let's remove those vertices. This one can be connected to that one. And then we'll select this entire area until that area. And now I think we don't have enough. We'll see. Let's do this, delete the faces. We'll have 14. I think that is correct. I think 14 was the same as this one, so let's delete those faces. And bridge edge loops. There you go. Okay, so that's actually working out quite all right. And that is exactly what it looks like, to be honest. I'm kind of just going to GG this right over there. Just keep it like this for now. Now for this part, on the bottom here, we should move it backwards. So take this, GG, and slide it over like this. And we'll do the same for this one, GG. And I'm also going to make sure to select these and loop tools relax it. Simply so it's a bit more logical going around here. And this is the shape that we were looking for, so that's great. Take this circle, Shift D, Z, bring it up, and fill that up as well. So now we have an area that is, well, it's not connected, but it's loose from the other part at least. So I'm going to separate the selection here as well. Simply so it doesn't get in the way. And let's test our original hypothesis that if I now click on 3, for example, and I want to move all of this, and I G and Z this, and rotate it on the X a little bit. Yeah, that's going to work out fine. I'm not going to do that straight away, but I do believe that it will work out without fault. This really does bring it to life though. It really looks like a drone right now. Let's turn the mirror back on and let's use this object as the mirror. Yeah, it's really starting to look like a drone. Pretty crazy machine actually when you think about it. In any case, let's fill this up first. So let's select this and let's add a grid fill. Is there a better option? I think this is going to be fine. I'm kind of wondering if we should auto merge this together, because now we get this harsh line. I'm not really seeing that. So I'm going into edit mode, turning on auto merge, select this line, and we can either remove it like this, or we can remove it over there. I think that's the cleaner option here. That does seem pretty nice. Select the entire bottom loop, Shift D, Z, let's bring this on top of this. Please separate the selection. And this is going to be our new metal selection. So E and Z, let's bring that up, something like this. And now we have a better idea of what we are even capable of doing. And the way I see it is that if we select all of this and add a small bevel, then this should align properly. Yeah, that's the case. Very good. I think this is supposed to go slightly higher. It's approximately the same thickness as the other part. Yeah, it's actually exactly the same thickness as the other part, so something like this. This can be brought down ever so slightly. Shift D, P, separate the selection. And then we're going to add a new loop cut here, E and Z. And have this go down a little bit more with the median point, scale. E and S, let's bring this inside, just like this. E and Z, let's bring this down. E and Z, let's scale this out until it's almost reaching that part. E and Z, and let's bring this down all the way over there. And I think if we just fill this up and press I, then that should be fine for this. Then we have an area that is connected. So luckily we do have our faces over here that are also on the other side. So let's select this and this. and bridge these edge loops. So we're going to add some loop cuts. And we could, yes we could select all of this and give it a mean bevel weight. Auto shade is smooth. This one, this one, this one, and that one. Got everything selected. Let's make it smooth. It looks like this. Very good. And now we need a bunch of circles. And let's also do it for the bottom side. We kind of forgot here. Okay, so press I. Let's bring this inside. Loop tools, circle. Let's scale this down on the individual origins. Something like this should be fine. Let's take the faces. Let's select both of these, bridge edge loops. Both of these, bridge edge loops. Let's select both of these loops. There you go. And increase the mean bevel weight. Like this. All right, so now we got our little circles over there. And there's one more in the middle. It's a pretty small one. It's a pretty small one, but still, if you do it with this, you're not gonna have enough geometry. So I'm going to take all of these and make sure to do that on the bottom side as well. Of course. Like there you go. Press I to bring this down. Scale it in. Scale it in. Circle to make this one a tad bit smaller. It's a pretty small one. It's just a screw. Very small screw. Let's take those faces. Let's take this. Bridge edge loops. Sorry for ramming my keyboard, by the way. I guess I'm quite aggressive when I'm modeling. There you go. And now we have a place for the screw. Let's add a mean bevel weight to this part as well. Just a very small one. So basically what we now need to do is create the interior for this. It's basically a bunch of coils. So a bunch of those copper coils that you often see in electromagnetic materials or machines. I feel like for the coils it's just going to be so much topology for something that you're barely going to see. Just kind of thinking about fixing this in the texturing process. You know what, I'm just going to try real quickly in order to create one of those coils with a texture. And if that doesn't work, then, well, then it doesn't work. And then we just gotta try something else. So let's add a cylinder, scale it up like this, just a little bit. Let's take these parts and scale those down. There you go, now we get a coil. Let's just add a material real quickly, see if we can actually fake this. Add a wave texture, for example. It's not going around in the correct fashion, so let's add a UV. Y. Increase the scale. Let's add a bump. Let's place it in the height. Normal. Roughness down, metallic up. Copper color. Let's bring it in there. I think this works out. I think this is fine. We can just play around with this a little bit. Until we get a proper copper type material right over here. I don't think anybody's going to notice if we use this. It seems to me that if we just take this, E and S, let's bring it out, E and Z, E and S, E and Z, and press F and press I. And then this should have a different material. So let's select all of that. Let's give it a new material, assign. Let's just give it a quick metallic one, like a dark metal, something like this. And then I'm going to click on one and just make it to the middle. Let's add a mirror and let's apply it immediately. Merge by distance, RX 90, GZ, Shift S, selection to cursor, GZ, bring this down. I do feel like it's somewhere in the middle for some reason. It's not leaning onto anything, for example. Okay, so something like this. How many are there in there? I think it's 12. I think it's 12 of them. So we need to scale this down, S and Y. So it seems to me like underneath the screw, what it's holding is another component. So let's add a cylinder, scale it down, S and Z, S Shift Z, scale that up here, G and Z, somewhere over here, I think. I think this is a pretty good approximation. And now we need to make sure that the coil right here is approximately intersecting with that part. So if it's laid down on it. So let's press Alt S. Let's bring this outside. Let's see, is there a more clean way that we can do this? Because now it's intersecting with the rest. Problems, always these problems. So RX90, S Shift Z, let's just bring it out here like so. Then RX90 once again. Now it's a bit thicker, but it didn't change its original size. Pivot point, the 3D cursor, Shift D, RC30, Shift R, Shift R, Shift R, Shift R, Shift R, Shift R. And that seems completely correct to me. So now let's select this part, Shift S. Let's add a little screw using the bolts and extra mesh. Where is it? Bolt. I think this might be perfect, except for the fact that it should be circular. So this should be cap. Okay, so let's scale this up. Let's bring this down. And let's scale this down until it fits completely in there. Yeah, something like this. It's pretty cool. So let's go over here. Let's first clean things up a little bit. I'm going to select all of these and combine them. Control J. It's a bit easier to work with. This one can have a subdivision. Let's add some loop cuts. Let's select the top part and Shift E. Let's auto shade this smooth. Let's also select the bottom part and Shift E. And then nobody's going to notice anything. It is a bit harsh though. So let's select this and the bottom side as well. And let's remove our Shift C and let's add a mean bevel weight. Let's just add a bevel. Let's bring it on top of the subdivision. And let's give it a couple of segments here. Like, make it smaller, something like this. Cool, no geometry wasted. Let's first add the final detail right over here. On this part, let's press I, bring it inside. Let's turn it into a circle using loop tools. Median, let's bring this out here. Let's RC this to make it a bit more logical. Press E, let's bring this down like this. Let's give it a small bevel weight like so. And there's a circle right there. So we got that finished. Doesn't this look sick already? I think it looks pretty sick. Imagine if it's done. Pretty cool if you ask me, pretty cool. All right, so it's time to make the wings for this. And the way I'm going to do it is simply by bringing in a reference. Once again, you can get all the reference on Patreon. So let's go to image, reference and add it. Alt R. And yeah, I'm just gonna make it from over here. So let's click on 7. Let's add a plane. And let's bring it right over there as well. Scale it down. Just bring this over here until we have a part where the edge is aligned. So somewhere over there. Let's take this and let's scale it up. G and X. Let's bring it right over here. And it's basically just a game of making sure that it's following the reference. It's not that hard, this part. S and Y, G and Y, E and X, S and Y, G and Y. G and X, S and Y. Let's just make sure to follow this reference. It's going over into a circle. G and X, S and Y, and we'll see how we'll do that. We'll see how we'll do that once this part is done. E and X, S and Y. Let's bring it right over there. Press 1. Let's bring this up. Select both of these. E and X, S and Y. G and Y, there you go, E and X, S and Y, somewhere over there, G and Y, and let's take this part as well, G and X, and let's just scale that in a little bit, there you go. All of this can be selected. We're slightly going to bring this down, so G and Z. Let's take all of this and bring it up, by the way. G and Z, let's bring this down a little bit. This one is slightly more up. So we're going to take this and bring it up a little bit. And then we are starting to get the general shape. And this part right here is starting to become flat again. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, it's flat. SC0. So let's make sure we reflect that. And we can move this down ever so slightly. Now let's add 3 loop cuts. I'm going to select this, press O, G and Z, quite a bit, and let's just bring it all up a little bit more like this. There you go. There's a weird shading issue right over there. So I'm going to select it, Loop Tools and Space. Loop Tools, relax this part right here. Can be brought up ever so slightly, maybe just a little bit. There you go, that looks pretty good. No issues here at all. We have some uneven faces. I am going to fix that simply by adding some more loop cuts and make sure that the flow of this is slightly better. So let's just slightly move this over. Let's add a new loop cut there. This one can be moved over a little bit and a loop cut here. And this one can be moved out a little bit more, and I think this is fine. I think this is perfectly fine. Now it does seem a bit odd right over there. It's this part that's messing things up. So let's just bring it up ever so slightly. No, things are going wrong. We're just simply going to select all of these lines. Come on, man. And dissolve these edges. We're going to take this loop, Loop Tools, relax. Do the same for this one, Loop Tools, relax. That should make things a little bit better again. Then we're going to add 3 of those. Enable proportional editing. And make sure that it's big enough that there's almost nothing going on here. Something like this. There you go. That's a whole lot better. It's a lot smoother. So now it needs to be attached into a circle. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 of those over here. So if we have 1, 2, 3, 4 of those over there, that's going to work out nicely. So in theory, if we have 8, then that's going to do the trick. Let's see if that is the case. So let's add a circle with 8. Scale it down. Right over there. G and X. Let's bring it over here. Scale it down. G and Y. Something like this. And attach it to this part. This one can be attached to that one. FF. Oh. This one can be attached to this one. This one. And now we have this one. All right. So I'm not entirely sure why this is not straight. Let's have a look here. Is it possible to move this around? No, it will mess up our circle shape. So let's go back here. Yeah, that's not going to work out. I think we maybe need 16. Let's give it a try. So let's subdivide this once. Loop Tools, circle. And then we're going to add loop cuts to this as well. Simply so it aligns a bit better. We're going to select 8 of those and 8 of those. Brings us to 16, bridge these edge loops. And now it is connected. All right, very good, very good. So I'm going to select this line, ENS. Let's bring it inside just a little bit, like so. It seems to be going up. Scale this out. I think it's somewhere over here where it's still going up. And then E and S, let's bring that inside, just like so. Something like this. And then we have that shape as well. Now we're going to select all of this, all the extrude faces along normals, and let's bring this inside, like so, just to give it some thickness, not too much. Should be very, very little. So the final part that we should add, let's see, is this part, where we have this red outline going over the rest of this model. So let's press I, and let's have it go over there. Alt E, extrude faces along normals. Let's have it go outside a little bit. Yeah, near perfect. Let's add the bevel though. Bevel, let's bring it on top, set it to weight. And I'm going to select this loop that's surrounding it. This entire area. There you go. This can be deselected. And let's give that a small bevel. Let's play around with the amount. Something like this should do the trick. So if we turn that on and off, it's just ever so slightly improved. Let's see, is there anything I'm missing? There is. Let's see, there is a small but noticeable place right here where we got a curved type of shape. That's only the part in the front has it. Interesting. Okay. So we need to duplicate this. This is the one for the back. This is going to be the one for the front. I think if we just add an extra loop cut here and here, then that doesn't mess with our shading. Technically speaking, we should do it throughout the entire mesh, but I don't really think we need to have it added there. I'm going to select the part here, so this part, and press I. And I want to turn this into some sort of curve shape. So it should be slightly larger. Press I, press X, delete the faces, Shift S, cursor to selected. And I'm kind of just going to eyeball this, by the way. But the way I'm going to do it is by selecting this and pressing Shift D, X, bringing it over here. Move it to the side a little bit. I don't think it's that curved, so I'm going to press S and X and have it go like this. G and X, let's move it around. And in theory, let's scale this up until it reaches those points. In theory, if we now select this entire area, including this, and press merge by distance, we should be able to remove 2 vertices. It's only allowing 7. So that's not good. That means there's something wrong. Oh, it's way on top here. That's not what we want. So we're going to bring this down. G and X, S and X, and let's just make sure that it's on the correct axis here. G and Y, G and X, scale it up. Something like this should probably do the trick. All right, so now I'm going to select both of these. Shift S, cursor to selected. Press L for this one. Click on 3, Alt C. Click on 1. And we kind of want to make sure that right here it is following the trajectory a little bit better. So R and Y, and have it go up a little bit like this. Yeah, there you go. And I believe that right now, if we were to select all of this, press merge by distance, we should be able to remove 2 vertices. That is the case. So now that it's connected, and this can be connected, and F, 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 F. There you go. I think if we set this to medium point, press E and S, just bring this inside. There you go, and then do a grid fill. Okay, so first let's take this line, GG. Let's bring it slightly over there. That's already fixing something, but it's not entirely there yet. I'm going to select this and apply some smoothness to it. I think that is going to solve the issue, seems like it. And now I want to take this area, GG, move it out a little bit, S and Y, and then select this entire area and press E. Then we have this part. Finally, a little bit of extra work for a very small detail that nobody's going to notice ever, but still, it is the detail that we needed. So now we get the original one, which is right over here, and we got the one for the front side, which is this one. So basically, what's going on here is that this circle, this part, is actually going down some more. I think that's the case at least. So I'm going to bring this down, inverted normals, Shift N, yeah. So let's select this, G and Z, let's bring it down a little bit. But for now, I'm just going to select this and grid fill it up. And make sure that we get a bit more of those spans here. Like 4 of those. That seems pretty straight to me. Select the entire outer edge of this and increase the mean bevel weight, like so. All right, so now we have this part finished, and we can add it to the model. So let's see, where's the model? There you go. Let's duplicate this. Let's bring it right over there. Let's also select this and Shift N to invert the normals. We've got a similar problem over here. Now that I'm seeing it, I'm just going to fix it. Yeah, there you go. Let's go right there, phase orientation. Let's turn that off. Scale it down. Let's click on 7, R and Z. And let's scale this up until it fits right in there. So something right over there. 3D cursor, scale it down. RC, Something like this should probably do the trick. G and Z. Now we know that it's the correct size. G and X. Let's bring it right on top of that one. Let's bring it right over there. And then we need another one of those screws, but this one has a little plus in it. So let's select this, Shift S, cursor to selected. Let's add a mesh bolt, but it has a Phillips. Bring it right in there. Very cool. Let's copy both of these. Shift D, X. Let's bring it over to the other side. And let's rotate it on the 3D cursor here. Let's see, is it placed correctly? No. Bring it right over there. Cool. So now we got our cool little blades as well. And let's make sure that there's a mirror on all of this, so everything also gets to the other side. This part, mirror. Let's use this one as the mirror object. Add a modifier, mirror. Could have done this faster, but now that I'm making these mistakes, I'm just going to continue to be foolish. Make some adjustments here. I want to go into this model. Select this loop. Shift S, cursor to selected. Object, set origin to 3D cursor. So now the origin is here, so even if we rotate this on median point, it's just going to work out. I'm going to do the same for this one. Shift S, cursor to selected. Object, set origin to 3D cursor. And now if it is on median point, we can still turn this around. So now let's click on 3 here and let's bring all of this down. Let's go to edit mode. Let's click on 3, Alt Z, select all of this, G and Z, bring it down, R and X, and let's slightly move it on this axis. And then this can also be rotated on the Y just a little bit. Okay, so let's see what that looks like. Pretty cool. Yeah, it's awesome actually. It's just very awesome. Didn't imagine this would be this hard. It is a quite tough model. I would definitely class this as a pro model. If you were to make this yourself, and if you're a beginner and you're following along, you're like, damn, I had to give up. Don't worry about it, that's completely normal. I had those moments when I was a beginner as well, where I just started to model a car and within 30 minutes I was like, okay, perhaps this is not yet for me. But now I'm quite certain that I can model anything I want. So it's coming with time, and you'll figure it out. So right here, this part, we should add a circle. We're going to start straight away. Let's just add a circle here. I think 16 should be enough, and if not, we can just do it again. G and Y, let's bring this over here. So let's add a loop cut. This part should be moved up and away, because I think, in general, this is not supposed to be here. So what if we just move this to the side? G and Z, let's bring it up there. And that kind of works, so G and Z. But what doesn't work is that this part should actually remain still. So let's add another one. Then let's take this entire area. And then let's move this up. So let's move this up all the way over here. I don't think this messes anything up in our shading. But it does give us that little edge that we need right there. So I'm going to keep it like this, and we also have a backup just in case. G and Y. Okay, so let's have a look here. The circular part is actually rather small. It's going to be something like this. Now what we can do is click on edit mode. Let's have a look here. I think that what we can delete is this entire part. Let's delete those vertices. Let's take this one and that one, and E and Y. Let's bring that out. Let's see, connected. Select all of this, E and Z. And that looks like this. We're basically just going to take this, Shift D and Z, and bring it on the bottom here, because this needs to be connected. In order to do that, let's just simply take both of these. And right here, there is an open part. So I'm going to add a loop cut right there, right there, right there, and right there. Let's select both of these, GG. The open part goes along quite far actually, so somewhere over here. That's right. And we're going to connect this up. Let's add a subdivision surface modifier to it. It actually kind of looks like this, so that's great. I think in general we can move these slightly towards this side. I'm not entirely sure if we should do that or not, but I'm going to keep it like that for now. We can always straighten it out if it doesn't work. Very good. Now for the top part we need to add a grid fill. Doesn't work because we have uneven vertices. And that means that right here I'm going to make sure that the topology is a bit more correct. So let's add 3 of those here. That still brings us to an uneven number. So right here we should add an uneven number, which is 5. Grid fill, now that's filled up. Same for the bottom, grid fill. But we need to make sure that it has the same amount. So 3 here, 3 over there, and that is going to work out. So grid fill this, and there you go. Shade auto smooth, and then we can work on this part. So let's select this. The way I see it is actually rotated. So let's place the 3D cursor right over there. Let's add a 3D cursor here, RZ, and bring it over like this. But it should be straight, and it's not right now. So let's S and X, and let's try and get this straight again, just a little bit more like this. And in order to get that completely right, we can select both of these loop tools and flatten. Now everything should work out fine, but it's not necessarily the correct shape as of yet. And the interesting part is, on the bottom side it is extruded completely like this, so E and Y, but on the top side things are moving a little bit differently. So let's G and Z this. Let's bring this over, and now I'm going to turn this into a sort of curve. Turn on proportional editing, G and Z. Let's bring this up ever so slightly, something like this. But this can be made flat again, so let's loop tools, flatten. And it should also be on the same axis as this. So let's set it to 3D cursor, SZ0, and that should be kind of straight. There you go. And that seems the way to go for this one. It does seem rather thick, so I'm going to take all of this, place the 3D cursor right there, S and Z, and let's bring this down ever so slightly, just to make it a bit more of a natural shape. It also seems to me like this part is moving inward a little bit more, so G and X. Bring it right over there. Let's move this one as well, just a little bit. And I see what you don't see. And that is that this part should be more flat. So loop tools, flatten. G and let's bring this out. Okay. And that seems to be correct. It has that type of shape. Then there's a large part on the top here that is quite flat. Think all the way until this part. Loop tools, flatten. That's all right. And then right over here, this might also be flat. Not entirely sure, let's just check it out. Let's flatten this. That looks pretty good. R and Y, we're going to rotate this on the median point just a little bit, like so. I think that's the correct shape for this, even though it is slightly going inside of this. So we might S and Y this starting from over here. So S and Y on the 3D cursor. Let's bring it right over there, just to get those shapes in there a little bit more. Now, this part can be flat again. So loop tools, flatten. The bottom side, we basically have this part that is going down and this part that is going up. So in theory, if we just bring this down and then have this shape conform to the natural curve of this. There you go. And that should work out. Of course, it looks a little bit odd, so let's just loop tools flatten this. That's a lot better. And then for this part, we can do the exact same thing. Loop tools, flatten, let's place the 3D cursor right over there. Let's select it again. R and Y, and let's bring this up just a little bit, like so. I think that's the correct thickness, so that's all right. Until where should it go? That's a great question. So if we follow it like this, then I'm quite certain that all of these areas should be dragged out quite a bit further. Yeah, I can live with that. That's great. Now let's take this and GG this just a little bit, just to keep our topology a bit more logical. GG ever so slightly. There's something odd going on here. Not entirely sure what's going on. Oh no, we got the auto merge on again. So we kind of messed that up here. And that messed up the entire area we got for this. Okay. And now it is connected all together. It's annoying. That's annoying. The way to fix it would be to select all of this. Let's dissolve these edges. Let's click on 7. Let's press K and C to cut through it. And I will cut through it like this. And just enter. K, C, start like right over here. Let's cut through this until right over there. Okay. So now we have this line as well. And now we can simply take all of this entire area, G and Z, let's bring it up a little bit, like so. And then it should be fixed again. All right. Now, once again, it's going over into a circle. And I think it's going to be the same size as this. So I'm going to duplicate it. And then I will take this circle, this one, Shift D, P, separate the selection, take it, go into edit mode, SC0. That should make it straight. Let's delete this again. G and Y, G and Z. Once again, it's going from the side towards that area. So G and X, there you go. Let's go into edit mode. E and Z. Let's add like 2 loop cuts. And let's select this entire area. Press I to bring it inside. Let's delete those faces. We have 14 edges. We're going to take this part, press I, delete it, take these, 16. So the way to fix this would be to go over here, add a grid fill, and let's see, we're going to select all of this as well. But then we won't be able to grid fill it anymore. So let's just take this. Delete those vertices, and this one can be removed. We can take this entire part and grid fill this up again. Okay, so now we have our circle back. Let's just take this area as well. Press I. And if we delete this now, we have 16. Not the cleanest solution. Control J, we'll see how it ends up for us. So let's select this and bridge those edge loops. Ugh. Definitely not pretty. Let's turn on auto merge, GG. Let's merge it with the top and the bottom. Like this, that looks a lot better. Shift N in order to recalculate the normals. Shade it smooth. That seems quite all right. We do have this area here. And actually we kind of did it wrong. All right, so I messed it up. It was supposed to be connected to the bottom, not the top. So it's different than the other one. And I kind of just assumed it. We need to make sure to get rid of all of that. So let's remove all of this. And let's make sure that we get this area. Let's remove those edges as well. I think everything is now removed and we can grid fill this. Let's select this part, SY0. And I have no idea why it's looking this messed up actually. Why is it looking this messed up? Oh, it's because we have extra geometry. Control plus, merge by distance. Let's increase this until all the problems are resolved. And they will not. Okay, cool. That's cool. Let's just take these vertices that are being annoying. Such as this one. And let's remove all of them by hand for now. Delete those vertices and this one as well. All right, so now we're back at base position. Cool. I'm going to take this, Shift D, X. Let's bring it right over there. Let's go into edit mode. Let's select this line, Shift D, P, separate the selection, remove this one. Let's take this. Go into edit mode. SC0 is going to be flat. We're going to have a look from the top view. G and Y, G and X. Let's bring it right over here because it's supposed to flow over, right? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. G and X, somewhere over here. I'm going to bring this down, like right over there. And then I will press E to bring this up somewhere over there. Let's add 2 loop cuts here. Let's take the bottom side. Let's select whatever we got here. So 2 more. Press I. Let's bring it inside. Let's remove those faces. We've got 16 vertices. So I'm going to take this and select this part all the way until over here. Press I. Let's delete those faces. 16 vertices, that's great. Let's connect those 2 together. And let's now bridge these edge loops. And the merge was successful. Shift N, recalculate the normals. I feel like we should take this edge, turn on auto merge, GG. And let's have it go into it like this. That looks pretty decent. Let's turn that off straight away as well. Let's see what happens if we add a grid fill. Yeah, that's fine. That's completely fine. But I do want it to flow over a bit better. So I'm going to place the 3D cursor. Oh, it's not really flat actually. Let's select this line. Let's turn on auto merge. Let's have it flow over into each other like this. That looks all right. I'm going to turn this off. I will select this and then go all the way over there. GG. Let's move this over. We can also rotate it a little bit, I believe. Let's take this all the way until over there, including this one. So loop tools and relax this a little bit. And we forgot one, so let's select this as well. Loop tools, relax. Let's give it 3. And let's bring this up just a little bit. There you go. Pretty cool, I don't like this. There are some vertices that are being a pain in the ass. That's basically what it comes down to. This one, let's move it as well. And let's just simply move these vertices until we get a better position for all of them. Yeah, something like this. Should probably do the trick. In order to make sure that everything is correct, let's go right over there. Let's place the 3D cursor right here. Pivot point the 3D cursor, SC0. I think now it is completely perfect. Let's add a bevel. Let's bring it on top, set it to weight. And let's make sure that all of this is beveled. And that looks pretty cool if you ask me. And we're simply going to copy all of this over. So make sure to select everything. Don't forget a single part. Right over here, everything should be selected. I'm not sure what's going on with this one. Let's click on 7, Shift D, and let's bring it right over there. And as I notice right now, we're actually not done with this. It should be moved. So let's take it, set this to a median point. Let's make sure that everything is completely all right. Okay, so let's click on 7, RC, let's rotate this. Pretty perfect, so right over there. And then let's select all of these parts. But before we do that, let's first go over here. Let's select this inner loop. Grid fill this up and let's give it 4. Let's make sure it's straight. Something like this is all right. We can select this area all the way surrounding it. I think like this and like that. And it seems like we did mess something up here actually. Let's give it all a bevel like this and make sure to follow that through all the way until the end there. That is completely all right. I think this is fine. Okay, so now let's select everything. Make sure that you got all of this selected, including the screw. This, and this. And we are missing one thing, and that's this. Click on 7, Shift D, X, let's bring it right over there. RZ, let's rotate it a little bit. And let's place it on top. Right over there. Okay. Naturally, it is not rotated in a good fashion. So let's bring it right over there. And I'm just simply going to do this by eye, however hacky that is. I think there's a better method. So let's go over here, Shift S, cursor to selected. Let's add in an empty. This plain axis empty. Let's take all of this. Let's connect it to the empty. Keep transform. I'm going to enable snapping, and I'm just going to press snapping to face, G, and let's snap it to this face. Something like this. And we're going to select this. We're going to select the middle 4 faces, like so. Select the empty, turn this off, pivot point to 3D cursor, Shift S, selection to cursor, G and Z, and now if we bring it up, it should fit perfectly, but it doesn't. It doesn't. Okay, that's crazy. So let's G and Y, and let's just make sure that all of this is connected properly. Like this. Let's select all of this, Alt P, keep the transformation, then delete the empty. Let's add a mirror to this. Mirror. Select this one, mirror it on the Y. And yeah, we're almost there. There's a small detail over there that I glossed over. So in the next part, we're going to add all the details. For now, I'm going to take a little break and we'll see you in a moment. All right, so I'm back and we're going to make the final details in this model because as you can see, some things aren't completely there yet. There are some issues here and there. We've got some openings here. There's some things not aligning properly. This still doesn't have thickness. This should have a lens. There are some spikes going through here. We have this part that is completely not filled up. So there's quite a lot to do, some buttons as well. I'm going to start right here since that's where we left ourselves the previous time. First of all, I'm going right over here and I will press I and I will simply extrude this inwards so we get some type of shape here. I will select all of this and give this a mean bevel weight of 0.1 in order to make it look like this. Now we are going to add a sort of rope and that's going to be done with a curve. So let's go right over here. Let's place the 3D cursor on that location. Curve, path. I like to use the path personally. I'm going to rotate this around, scale it down. And just make sure that it's in the middle here, G and X and R and Z. Let's play around with it like this, then turn on proportional editing, G and X, make sure it has some sort of curve shape. And this one as well, it can go inside a little bit more, to the outside a little bit more. And just place it somewhere over there. Let's go right here into the Data Object Properties tab, go to Geometry. Under Bevel, let's give this a bevel. That's right, we're going to bring it up, because it should be completely filled up here. So something like this. There you go. And now all we need to do is adjust the shape a little bit. First of all, the shape of this, because it's a bit too much. So we're going to enter into the dash function here. And I want to see what I'm doing. So I'm going to turn off the subdivision surface modifier. Let's click on all of this. ++, and let's make sure that we are now in the previous mode. Is Control minus S and Z, and let's bring this down. So let's adjust the shape a little bit here, so it's fitting in there perfectly. So something like this should do the trick for me. There you go. I want this one to go all the way until over here, so it's a little bit different than I initially thought. G and X, and let's have the curve follow along there. And then E and X, and let's bring it inside, and nobody's going to notice whatever kind of trickery we did there. So now we have this part finished. These should be swapped out because we still have this little bump on here, and that should be removed. And honestly, what I'm thinking is that we can simply remove it in a very simple fashion. So if we just Control+ this and remove all of these, and remove all of this, And then we can select this loop here. Actually, let's delete all of this as well. And then if we select this loop and grid fill, it should be turned back into normal. We're going to do the same for this one. So it's actually quite simple here. Control plus 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 X, delete the faces. Let's remove these as well. Delete those faces. We've got those over here. Delete the faces, select this loop and grid fill, and that should bring it back to its original position. There you go. So we kind of made the other one for nothing, but who cares? And this is mirrored. So now that is all fixed up here. So we've added this little rope. We've created this part. Now it's completely correct. There's a hole right here. So let's see how we're going to create that. But before we continue now, let's actually make a new save file, because this is a pretty safe basis. And I want to start working on the details. If I mess anything up, at least we have the original. So I'm going into edit mode and I will select this and probably until right over here. That's what I think is the case. Now, in my opinion, we can press I. And now we can make this shape a little bit better. So what I'm seeing here is that this is moved, GG, in such a fashion so that it looks a little bit more like this. Now these two can also be moved ever so slightly. GG. Now it's a bit more of a curved shape. And on the other side, something very similar is happening. So GG, let's move it right over there. GG. And now that is a bit more curved shaped. So let's select all of this, press E, let's bring that inside, and we can actually just delete it. I went a bit too far, so I'm going back. E and X, there you go. So that's about the thickness that I'm looking for. And this also looks like the correct shape, although I do believe that if we add a bevel here, then it's going to be slightly more straight, and that is the case. Then inside of this, there is some sort of black area. So what I'm thinking is to simply add a plane here, G and Y, G and X, something like this, S and X as well, G and X. And now it's going through the mesh, so make sure at all times that that's not happening. It should follow that curvature a bit more. So R and Y, let's just bring it up here like so. Just a little bit. And make sure that it's long enough. GXX, let's bring it right over there. And the same for this side. G and Y, let's just bring it inside here. Should probably give it a mirror. So let's give it a mirror modifier on the Y axis and use this as the mirror object. Let's enable clipping and bring it right over there. So what I'm thinking is that if we add a bunch of loop cuts here, like so, and then just simply take this entire line and shift it over on the X, like this, then we get the diagonal type of shape that we need. And finally, we also need like one more, E and X, and then just take this and make it straight. Simply so everything is still working out here. We need to add one over here and one over here, and it's going to be a line that's going up. So in order to do that, let's add a single loop cut. I think that's fine. So right over here and right over here. And then before we continue, let's place the 3D cursor right there. Select this one and this one. Pivot point the 3D cursor. Let's press E, click, and R and XX. And then we can bring this up here like so. I think it might be a little bit too thick, actually quite small. So in order to solve this, I'm actually just going to add an extra loop cut right here and an extra one right there. And now these should be smaller. Press E, click, R and X on the 3D cursor, RXX. And let's bring this up until it's almost going through here. And there you go. So if we now add a subdivision surface modifier, and that's going to look a bit more like the shape. And I feel like we can just simply add a bunch of loop cuts like this. That will immediately improve it. And over here as well, let's just do that. Let's make some squares here. And I think we can even add some loop cuts over here and over here. Yeah, it looks fine. So let's take the last two of these and the last one of this one. something like this, and press E, bring it up a little bit. I think I'm seeing that in the reference. And now we should have that black area. I feel like if we just make it black, and indeed we cannot see anything except for through this. So that is something that we need to fix. I think there's just some sort of wall right behind it. Let's have a look at this. Let's click on it, the dash. Let's go right over here, and let's just simply select an entire line like this, maybe even closer to the model. Somewhere like over there, dash, and let's press E. There you go. And let's rotate this on the y-axis, G and Z, and bring it down until it's completely gone. Not sure why we didn't catch everything. Why don't we have everything? All right, so we need to get that one. It's not always going in the direction that you want it to. So press E until it goes straight through. R and Y. Let's make sure it's following the shape. G and Z, Z. Let's bring that down until right over here. And then R and Y. And let's rotate it back until it's straight in there. I think this is what's going on, but I do see something right over there. So in general, I think the best course of action here, and I'm not entirely sure, but I'm just going to roll with it. Let's take the dash. We need to have some sort of place here that is going to close it off. Let's first test that hypothesis with a hacky method. So let's just do this. Yes, that's right. All right, cool. Let's take this, press E, bring it all the way up, RXX. Let's rotate this, it's G and Z, G and Y, and let's make sure that it's all the way inside. And then click on dash. And now we need to connect those two together. So let's take this one and that one. Let's bridge these edge loops, like so. Let's go back. And now all we need to do is make sure that it's aligning a bit more properly with the rest of the mesh. And I know that this is a bit of a finicky job. Still, I think it's completely fine to work like this. It's not one of the most important parts of the mesh anyways. Ooh, I think we don't have the best part here. Let's click on 7. Let's just move all of these until it makes a bit more sense. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to use the vertices and just move them along here. There you go. So now they should be a little bit higher. Something like this, and that, and this. There you go. Seems quite hacky, but it does look good now, doesn't it? So let's add 2 more loop cuts. So this one, bring it all the way down, and this one, let's bring it all the way down. Now that's a bit more plastic straight brought on there. All right, shouldn't be too reflective. It's probably a little bit more like this. We're going to fix that in the texturing tutorial anyways, but still, we got it. So that's great, that part is now done. Let's add the button here on top. It's obvious that we do not have enough geometry here. I think if we just add 1 loop cut, like right over there. Let's click on 7, how big is this thing? And let's add another one right over here. Then that shouldn't mess with our shading, and that is correct. But we would have enough space for our button, which is not that big either. So let's select both of these. Let's press I and B. That will keep it connected to the middle line. If we now P, separate the selection, then we should have a button here. And let's bring that up. Let's also select the inner loop. Let's press E and Z. Let's bring that down. We can select this and give it a bevel weight. Then we can take the button and give it a custom normal. So let's place a new normal on this circle. The X is moving like that. So that is perfect. So G and X, and let's bring that down. Now it's fitting completely inside of this. Okay, so let's select this part and let's press I. We still have B, so don't forget about that. G and X, bring that up like so. Select the outer rings for this. Let's give it a small bevel weight. And there you go. That seems pretty much like the reference. Let's also do it for the bottom side here. You just might want to fill that up on the bottom if it's not already. Yes, it is filled up, so that's great. So let's select the bottom edges and give it a small bevel weight as well. There you go. Seems a bit too thick, so I'm going to press G and X to bring it inside. Just a little bit more. Okay, now select both of these. Let's click on one. Let's select all of these areas. Set it to the global axis. Select all of this, except for this one. SX0. That should make that straight for all of this, and that looks a tad bit better. And I think a similar thing is going on at the bottom. So let's Alt C. Let's make sure to select this entire area. So let's make sure to select this entire area. Except for this. Okay, except for this. And this one doesn't need to be included. This one does. SX0. That should make it straight for both of these. And let's see, I think that's quite alright. But I do believe that this one also needs to be SX0'd. Yeah, and this one then as well. There you go. And that is the shape, right? So is that correct? I think that is correct. So there you go, we now have the button. The circles, they're actually like right over there. If I place my cursor right here, it is possible to add another loop cut here and perhaps create two circles. I'm not sure if I want to do this, especially right now. We can add two loop cuts here. It is possible. I'm going to scale this inside. S, Y, Y. Okay, now there you go. It's not moving along perfectly. So let's add a new face here. That's going to be our new orientation. SY, it's going to move it on its own axis like this. And let's turn this into a circle. Loop tool circle. Scale this down. Bring it right over there and delete it. Okay, it should be slightly bigger because in the span of this, four circles should fit the button. Something like this. Let's also just bring it over to the side here. No shading issues. Okay, this should be a little bit bigger. So I'm going back. I'm going to take this, GG. Take this, GG, bring it right over there. So let's press I, make sure to turn off B, something like this, S and Y, let's bring it inside. It's not completely perfect, so let's add a new orientation here. S and Y, S and X, and now it's moving on its own axis. Loop tools, circle, let's turn this into a circle, make it slightly bigger. Let's remove those faces. That's kind of all right. I think that's all right. So I'm going to do the same right over here. S and Y, S and X. Let's give it its own normal orientation. S and X, S and Y. There you go, this one. Let's turn it into a circle. To circle. Scale it down ever so slightly. R and C. Let's play around with this a little bit and delete those faces. There you go. So now we do have those circles. I think some of them are placed in a wrong position. So this one, for example, can move a bit more on the G and the Z. I think this should be moved down just a little bit to make some space for our circle. And move it on the X as well. see. R and Y, there you go, something like this. And that should do the trick. Let's select both of these, press E, and let's bring that down with Z. And we should probably fill that up. I'm not entirely sure. I'm just going to press F and I for now. Select this, and let's now add a mean bevel weight as well. So we get these little circles. There you go. All right, time to add some new details right over here. I believe there are 2 holes, and we should figure out a way in order to get those holes to work. And by the way, this is not completely correct. So let's just G and Z this and make it make a bit more sense. Just real quickly over there, bringing me to a different section, because I only want to do that at the very end. I don't want to do that right now, because there are still some mirror things that we should add here. So let's go to this circle. E and S will probably do the trick already. And we're going to give this its own transform orientation. G and Y, G and X, and then it can move inside. G and X, let's move this inside ever so slightly. And then I'm going to press E and S and G and X. Let's bring this outside a little bit. Scale it, E and S, G and X. Let's bring it outside just a little bit, and let's just press F for this one. And there you go. Now we should have this part completely perfect for this side. Now what I'm seeing is that some of these parts haven't moved correctly in the direction where I wanted them to go. So I'm going to move that by hand with G, Y, Y. And that's this. Simply press G and C. And let's bring this inside. I'm also going to select this part and give it a small beveled edge. And this seems a lot more like what I see in the reference. Now, as a matter of fact, I think we can even add another loop cut and scale this up in order to give it some more depth here. So something like this. That should be completely fine. Very good. We're going over to the other side. We have another hole here, and I'm going to select this. I'm going to take a look. And this one seems to be, well, not a part of this structure, but this structure is also not finished. So E and S. Let's set this to global. G and X, let's bring it outside ever so slightly. Scale this, E and S, G and X, let's bring this inside, and E and X. And let's just bring it inside like this and scale it up without getting any deformities in or throughout this mesh. So now it is somewhat filled up. Let's press F and I, and let's bring it right over there. I'm going to take this, and it is a pretty soft line, so I'm not going to move anything with the bevel or do crazy stuff like that. We're simply going to select this line, Shift D, P, separate the selection, and now we have this part. I'm going into edit mode and E and S this, so that we get an area right there where things are moving inwards just a little bit, and it's very, very small. So G and X, let's scale it up a little bit. Take this part, and E, X, let's bring this outside. And let's scale this up as well until it is somewhat moving through the mesh, and make sure from all sides that there are no issues at all. And then this part right here can be simply filled up with F. Behind it, there's some more. There is something more going on, and we're going to reflect that right now. So I'm going to press E and S, let's bring it inside. Then E and S, let's bring this inside, and G and X, let's move it backwards just a little bit. And then we're going to E and S, G and X, let's move it inside a little bit, E and S. Then E and X, let's bring it outside. E and S, let's scale it like this. And right over here, let's place the 3D cursor. I'm going to add a small little cube right there. I'm going to scale this down, and I want to turn this into a circle. I'm simply going to subdivide this like a couple of times. Maybe something like this should be fine. I will go right over here to the shear option and set it to sphere. And then I'm going to drag out my mouse until we get something that looks like this. I will give it a subdivision RY90. Let's place it somewhere over there. Alt-C, and let's delete the entire bottom half of this. Like so. And we've got the vertices. So let's S and X this. And let's see, it should be rotated in the same way as our original circle. And I'm just going to do it by hand. I'm not going to overcomplicate this too much. I'm just going to scale it down. something like this, and now it is a part of that. We did lose our local orientation, so SCZ, let's scale this down so it's not sticking out of this too much. Something like this, and the way I see it, it's now still way too big, so I'm going to make it the appropriate size, which is something like this. Okay, now go back into this mesh. Let's select this loop. Let's press E and S, E and X, E and S, E, S, G and X. Let's move it inside, E and S. Let's scale this down until nothing of that is visible anymore. There you go. Now let's bring this back, GCZ, until it is placed on the correct location. Now this is finished. There's actually a layer on top of this that looks something like this. Yeah, very simple. It's just an F. And we're going to use a glass material to look through this later on. We also have this on the bottom. So there's a circle here. And let's see, it's basically the same type of stuff, but a bit more simplified, I believe. So let's just have a look at that. I'm going right here, going to select this loop. And I will press E and S, G and X, G and Z, E and S, E and Z, and scale it like this. Then E and S, and scale it all the way over there. G and Z, it should be this type of shape. Not too much actually, this is maybe a bit too aggressive. Right over there, then I will select this one, Shift D, Shift S, selection to cursor, and RX, RY 90, scale it up like this until it's fitting in perfectly. Right there. Very good. Let's give it a appropriate mirror modifier, and let's do the same for this one right here. So mirror on the Y, right over there. This also has its glass moving inside, so it's probably this one. Let's press F. Not entirely sure actually, because it seems to be fitted in there without being connected. So let's press F here. Let's Control plus 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 and P, separate the selection. Let's turn on a subdivision for both of these, and I think that is more correct. Yes, we now have this edge and it's separated from this part. That is the way it's supposed to be. Now, inside of this, there's some more. So let's go right over there. Let's add a loop cut, E and S, and let's scale it down. And this one can come up a little bit. And once again, it has one of those lenses. I'm not sure if I want to add it like that. I'm just going to do it anyways. Shift D, selection to cursor, scale it down until it fits. It's a tad bit smaller, it's pretty small. Let's go back in here, E and S. Let's scale this down until everything is completely perfect. It seems to have a very weird rotation. So we're going to solve that. I'm just going to press Alt R, and then bring it up, and then RY 180. Just scale it up like that. Set origin to geometry. Shift S, selection to cursor, and now if we scale this up, Control 7, it should fit in there quite nicely. And bring it up like so. So that's pretty cool. And this one we're doing, it's also slightly rotated, and I don't like that. And so we messed up there. So Alt R, RX 180, and that should solve the problem here. We're not supposed to see inside of this, and I'm just very simply going to add a plane. So let's select this, Shift S, cursor to select it. I'm not sure where it is, right over there. Let's add a plane, scale it down, G and C, until it's slightly moving through it, G and X. And let's just lay this right on top of this. So somewhere over there until it is starting to become a problem. S and Y. And now we cannot look through this anymore, and it's also not intersecting with the mesh in any type of way. Very cool. And that brings us to the final part, I believe. This is correct. That is correct. There's a hole in here. This part. So let's select this entire area until this one. Press I. Let's bring it inside. And press E. And let's bring that inside. Something like this. Shouldn't be too deep, also not too shallow. Now there's a question about whether we should give this a mean bevel weight. I think for that area, yes. But for this area, no. And maybe we can even add a loop cut here. And that is not going to mess up any of our shading, but it is going to improve this hole. So instead I'm going to select this loop and this one and SY. Just bring it slightly more inside to get that circular shape. And that's it for this part. So that looks pretty cool. Let's have a look here. So the bottom side has been finished the way I see it, except for right in here, because there are a couple of screws. So let's select this. Let's select this face, Shift S, cursor to selected. And let's just add a mesh, bolt. I have no idea what this looks like. So let's see. We're going to turn it into an Allen. I think it is an Allen. We're going to change the head to cap. And this should technically be a little bit less, but I'm just going to press S and Z. And we're going to bring it in the correct spot. So RX 180, that's the first part. Let's just simply click on 3 here. And let's just rotate it. Scale it up until it fits in there, until it's in the correct location. Let's add a modifier, mirror, bring it to the other side. And that is now the case as well, or is it? Well, it is now. So the final one is going to have some glass. And then right over here, this part, let's make sure to select all of it, like this. Press I and S, bring it inside ever so slightly like this. Then press E. And then press I and S. Not sure what's going on here. Yeah, okay. G and X. Let's bring it inside. And now we should add another one. Shift S, cursor to selected. Another one of those. So let's Shift D, Shift S, selection to cursor, Alt R, RY90. And make sure that it's in the right location. Remove the mirror. Let's Control J this together. So now it's part of the same thing. We're going to press L on this. And I'm just simply going to approximate how large this is. It's not that large. Could come outside a little bit more. So G and X, something like this. And I'm just going to leave it at that. So something like that should be perfect. And we're going to make sure that this is filled up from, I believe it's this point. It has some sort of bevel. Press F. Yeah, there you go. So now all we need to do is select this and make sure that it makes a bit more sense. Cool, so that's the camera. Okay, now let's go over here. This part doesn't have any thickness, which is incredibly odd. So let's select this one as well, select whatever is necessary. So this entire part. And I'm actually just going to press Alt E here and just be done with it. Very simple stuff, nothing crazy, like so, just to give it that little bit of extra thickness. And I'm not sure what's going on and why it's giving me a headache. What's going on here? And I'm going to press Shift D, press Alt S, and bring this inside. And now I'm going to fill this up. So I'm going to press F, 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 like that. And that should probably be all right. Press F and F. And I'm going to do nothing on the other side. Okay, so now it looks odd. Shift N. And that looks completely fine to me. So now it has some thickness. And that's exactly what we needed for that area, because if it was completely flat, it would look a little bit weird. Now it does have some thickness. We could add a loop cut here, maybe 2, just to give it that harsher line. There's a circle right here, which also has the very same screw as this one. So let's first go into the circle. Shift S, cursor to selected, and then I'm going to select the screw. Shift D, Shift S, selection to cursor, Alt R, and let's click on 3. Alt C, rotate it. GCC. Let's bring it right in there. All right, so right now we're going to make this squarish type part that is supposed to flow over into the bottom. We got this extra mesh. I'm going to delete it. I'm going to select this entire loop and add a grid fill. And I believe it should have a bit more span. I'm not entirely sure how we can get the right one, maybe 4. I think this is going to get us the closest to the end result. Now it's not that big of a part, it's right over here. It's only 3 of those areas. But I kind of want to make sure that this is all square. So I'm going to take this and simply GG it like this. And we can probably do the same for this one. So GG, just have it be a bit more straight. There you go. And in theory, it should only be this area. Press I. Let's bring it inside. Alt-E, extrude faces along normals. Alt-S if we like. So let's select all the loops surrounding this and let's give it a mean bevel weight. Something like this, pretty harsh. And I also feel like it's moving outside just a little bit, and I'm not entirely sure how we can achieve this look. I think we can simply select those two. Let's add a new transform, S and X. And let's scale this out just a little bit more. Let's slide this over until it's pretty straight. Like this. Let's take this line, GG. Let's have it move slightly more like this. And that seems to be the correct shape that I'm seeing here as well. Now on the bottom side here, this seems to be pretty flat. And it already is flat, but we're not really seeing that. So perhaps if we just take these lines and bevel weight it, then we get this flat area on the bottom. That is correct. I also feel like we can just simply select this line and remove all the bevel weights from it, so it's not that odd looking. And now if we select this entire part again and press I, bring it inside, Alt-E, extrude these faces along normals. And let's bring it inside like this until it is sort of reaching the interior again. So let's press Alt-E here, and let's bring this outside. It does seem like we get some issues right there with our topology. So I'm actually just not going to do that. We're going to keep that part right where it is. I'm going to select this, select the entire inner loop, Shift D, P, separate the selection. And now we have this loop right here. I'm going to select it and grid fill it up. Let's auto shade to smooth. Very good. Okay, so we're now going to select it. Alt-E, extrude along normals, just a little bit. And now we're going to select it, press I. Bring it inside, right over there. Alt-E, extrude the faces along normals, and it should go outside a little bit. Then for this area, we're going to select it separately. Press I, like this. Alt-E, extrude face along normals, and bring it outside again. Press I, bring it inside. Press I, bring it inside, and press Alt-E, and inwards this time. A little bit like this. Yeah, pretty cool. Do see some shading issues right over there. Kind of wondering how we can patch that up. Let's see if we just slide this back a little. And maybe we can select this loop. And I think the problem is that it has a little bit of bevel. So Control plus, let's just remove the bevel from this. And that actually looks way better. Perhaps one thing we can do is select some lines surrounding this and add some bevel weight to it. I feel like we should just add one more loop cut right over here, just to make this shape a bit more squarish like. Oh, there you go. Found one. In theory, we should just have more topology here in order to fix that. So let's add 2 loop cuts right there. I think we can get away with it in this specific case. Can we also get away with it right here? That's a good question. I think we can. So let's just add another loop cut right there. And then we get this one and this one. And it should be connected together right over here. Let's make sure that we have the appropriate topology for it. There you go. Then I'll select this and this one and that one, and press F. Could add some topology here in order to make it more straight. But I also think it could be a bit more, I don't know, like straighter, like this. So if we just select all of these, SX, SYY, let's just straighten this line so it becomes very thin. So I'm simply going to select this loop, GG this, GG that one, GG, GG, GG. And now that is a lot more straight, and that's exactly what we needed. It looks like that. pretty cool. Now I'm also noticing here that it's kind of clipping through the mesh. So there's probably a mistake we made somewhere and I'm not entirely sure why or where. So I'm going to GG this up, move it in such a fashion so everything is lining up perfectly again. Now it does have some thickness here. So in order to get the thickness going for us, I'm simply going to select these loops where it matters and press Alt-E and then just move it on the Z axis, move it on the GX axis like this and just move it by hand. That is a bit sketchy. I think that is going to give us the thickness we need. And now there's no way of seeing what is wrong with this. All I'm going to do is select these lines and give it a small bevel weight. And that should do the trick. The only thing I'm not really liking here is that this should probably be closer to the edge. Same for this one. Do the same for this. Let's add a new one. And right over here as well, let's add a new one. I think that is perfectly fine. All right, so we're going to finish the final parts here because there are some things that need some changing. And one of those things is right here where it's not connecting up. And when you look at this, you might be wondering like, okay, so how can we actually patch this up? And there are multiple ways. What I was thinking is simply adding a Control-Shift-B bevel right here to only this one. And then for this one, I'm going to select this and just give it a mean bevel weight. And I think even though it's not the most beautiful when you come up close here, I think it is pretty good in general. And in this case, we don't have to give this very thick geometry and make it go inside and all that kind of stuff. We simply bevel the vertex, and I think that is the most clean option for now. As a matter of fact, I think we have something very similar over here. And if we just simply select this one and Control-Shift-B and give it a very small bevel like that, then it's going to be connected quite nicely right over there. I also see that something is not completely aligning here. That's interesting. I hadn't seen that before, so let me go into the original mesh as well. Let's select this vertex. Is there a vertex here for the other one? No. Okay, so that kind of makes sense then. I'm not even sure why there's a vertex here. In the best case scenario, we would have a loop that runs through this. So maybe we can just press K. That doesn't mess with our shading, but now we do have this little edge right here. And you know what? I might just give it one of those odd looking bevels as well. Then just play around with this until it works out perfectly fine. Since it's completely flat over there, I don't have to worry too much about this geometry. I can just leave a triangle and just call it a day. There are other methods to fix this. So if you want this to be more clean, what you can do is simply select the entire loop here for everything that's going on. For example, this part. You could press E and S and just bring this inside, and then you should have enough geometry right here where you can just add the bevel weight as well and do that all throughout the mesh. And that is also going to work out perfectly fine. In my case, I decided to simply use some more unorthodox topology, which necessarily isn't the greatest, but I think works out fine for a little piece like this, where we're not going to see it anyways. Now, next up, there's an open hole here, and I have no idea why. So Control J, let's have a look here. It does seem to me as if there is a vertex here for this one and for the other one. So why this occurs is because of all the added geometry in between. Quite frankly, there's not much that we can do about it, except for moving around some vertices. So I'm just going to press G and X and just play around with this until this is completely, not completely, but good enough for me. And this one as well, G and X. Just move it around like this. I'm not going to spend too much time trying to dial it in perfectly again for that single part, because this is also very good. We have an issue right here. Now for the corner, you can probably guess what I'm going to do. Control-Shift-B and just have it be connected like that. But this part is something different, because if we look at this, it actually has extra geometry here, which here we do not have. So it's going to calculate the subdivision surface in a very different manner. And I actually do want to connect this so that we don't have this giant open hole here. Now the way to fix this, at least for me, is I'm going to select both of these. And I will just give this a loop cut, and it's running through all of this. And it shouldn't quite mess with our topology too much. It doesn't look bad, so to speak. So I'm going right here, and I will take this entire area, click on Control 7, and just make sure that this is aligned. So G and X, make sure it's on global. G and Y, and there you go. G and X, I'm just going to bring it right over there. And then have a look right here to see if we didn't break anything. Yes, we did. So G and X. Let's have a look at that topology real quickly. No, I think that's fine actually. And now this needs to come up. So G and Z. Until we are right there. On this specific vertex. So the real problem now is this one. We have two vertices here. GG, let's slide those. And those should also be connected in a very meaningful way. Now this might cause problems here. We're not going to care about that right now. What I'm going to do is simply Shift S, cursor to selected, selection to cursor, that method. So right over here, and this one as well. So Shift S, cursor to selected, selection to cursor. And for some odd reason, we have this flat area that is not represented in the other mesh, in this one. And I'm just simply thinking about selecting this line and perhaps just rotating it from the 3D cursor until it's completely fine. Just something like this. We can do the same for this one and just improve it ever so slightly. And now let's just add a loop cut right there, and that should make things quite perfect. There you go. So no more holes, everything is connected, topology is still fine, and we got everything patched up there. There's something odd going on. I think it is due to this geometry that we added here. So what I'm thinking, just real simple, is to slide this over with GG and just make some rearrangements here in order to make that follow the curvature. All right, so looking at this model right now, I think the only thing left to do is to bring in the holes in the back. In order to do that, we need to apply the mirror. So let's place the mirror on top and let's apply this. So now we have some geometry here that we can actually work with. Let's press I here and let's press E. Let's bring this inside a little bit, like so. Then we have this area where everything is taking place in, because all of these are different shapes and different sizes. So the way I'm thinking about this is simply by pressing I and first aligning everything a little bit better. So I'm going to take this and I will SC0. And then I will GG this down like this, SC0, and I will GG this up, something like so. And I will also try and improve the inside of this a little bit. I'm not sure what the topology is going to look like once we finish doing this, but I'm especially not happy with this part here. This is just that extra line that is going to complicate things. I just kind of feel like taking all of this like a goon, and just bringing it out here like this, and then just moving everything else until it makes more sense. And I hope this will not give us weird looking topology. It might. But in general, this is probably going to work out in order to create our circle. And I'm not completely sure about that thesis if I look at it like this. Who knows? We'll find out. Make sure this is all straight. There you go. I'm not sure what this is. Okay, but it cannot move. So we're not going to be bothered by it. Now that we got this part, I think if we just press I, and then take the bottom line, S and Y, and bring that inside, it's giving us shading issues. So let's not do that. we have to slide this by itself. So GG and GG. And now we have a part. If we take this, GG, that is completely uniform, so that when we delete it, it will also be a uniform shape like this. It actually looks kind of good already. This might even be good enough when we just do a smooth operation like this. I'm kind of like, yeah, maybe we should. I'm not entirely sure. We also got some odd geometry here. Let's just take those two and bring it up there. Shall we do smooth? I'm not entirely sure. I have to be honest, it does look pretty good. S and Z, let's bring it slightly down here. E and X, and grid fill this up on the back. Then go right here and give it a mean bevel weight. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good. Now what we could do is add an extra loop cut inside of this. Take this part and press I. Alt E, extrude faces along normals, and give it this little bit of extra geometry right there. We can also select some more, S and X. And can we slide this down on the Y? I'm not sure actually. Let's give it a new transform orientation. S and YY. Is this permitted? I think we can get away with it, honestly. All right, so that's the first one. And now we should do the second one, which is a slightly thinner slot. We're simply going to select all of this again. Press I, let's bring it down. Yes, and Z is not going to help us out here due to the way that the geometry is formed. I'm simply going to take all of this, GG, slide it back down a little bit, and then take all of these, GG, and let's slide it. So instead of scaling it, we can also just slide it. Should be around half the size of the other one. We're going to manually clean up these edges. And it's a bit of a fiddling task that we're doing right here with all of these cleanups and these edges. But yeah, whatever works is the right tactic. So let's just continue on. So let's just continue on with whatever the right tactic is. And I'm not going to care too much about correct topology as long as the shape works out for my shading. There you go. So this is all the correct size. We can now press I. Let's delete those faces. I think this actually looks rather good already. I'm going to set this to global, E and X. Let's bring this inside. Let's give it a grid fill. Let's Shift D and E and bring it out like this. I'm going to select the entire outer loops for all of these. And let's just give it a mean bevel weight, like so. Then select the other outer loop, this one, and give it a mean bevel weight as well. Then make sure to select this part. And let's see, is there anything else we can do with this? I'm just going to slightly make it smaller. Yeah, there you go. So now you can see at least some separation. Now this part right here should have, and I guess I kind of messed up the grid fill here. So let's add a grid fill, press I and S and Z. And then let's bring it out as well. Just a little bit like this. S and Y, let's bring it inside. Select the entire outer loop and give it a mean bevel weight. I guess we could also just take this. So let's select this, GG, G and Y. Let's bring it right over there. Let's select this line, G and Y. Bring it right over there. G and Y. And G and Y. And there you go. Now for the finishing touch, we can just go in here and press I, S. Let's bring this inside and let's bring this in there as well. Scale it and something like that. Cool. Now for the final thing, we have this area. I'm just going to press I and E and bring this out. And I think we can add a mean bevel weight, the edges surrounding this. So something like this, as well as the corner that it's being spawned out from. So let's go right over there. Let's select the corner here and increase the mean bevel width. But let's make sure to do it everywhere. So also do it right over there. There you go. And yes, it is going through the mesh, but it's invisible, so I'm not going to care. There you go. So it seems to me like we have completely finished modeling this drone. And let me tell you what we even did. If you follow this tutorial, which I barely can imagine because it's going to be like a 6-hour tutorial modeling this with a lot of different details and small little stuff going on. But if you did, kudos to you. We actually started by making this base shape and it's going over into this entire area. That was the easy part. And it had to be completely disconnected from each other here. So the side is something else and this is something else. We had to do this in the end. Everything is matching together perfectly. So it's fitting as if it's an actual welded together model or plastic burned. I don't know what the fuck they are doing. We added all these details. We added the camera. We added the arms. We added the little rotor things. Whatever it is that we needed to add, we have added it. So the only thing left to do for us is in the next tutorial to start with the texturing. Because once the texturing is done, then the final model is done as well. So we're going to do that separately and not in this video. I think it is long enough already. And perhaps there are some people that want to follow some texturing tricks without having to go through an entire modeling video. So I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, leave a like and a subscribe. Check out the course in my subscription. And I will see you in the next one.